Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how you can watch all the Rugby Championship this weekend, including the important games. Well, I'm trying to decide which game is more important. I was going to say the important game, which is South Africa versus Argentina. New Zealand versus Australia, equally as important, and very much the Rugby Championship could go either way. Which I mean, definitely the most exciting Rugby Championship we've ever had. But the question, obviously, in every single live stream, every single week, is how can I watch all the action? And the worst thing you could possibly do is rely on a bootleg stream, a legal stream, and stuff like that. Trying to watch illegal streams on YouTube, which will always go take it down, stuff like that. So this is a bit of a guide on how you can make sure that you can watch all the action for as little as possible. Now, unfortunately, there are no free-to-air broadcasts for this weekend. However, there are a couple of workarounds where you can watch the match without having to pay any subscription fees. Before we sort of tell you exactly how to do it, please do subscribe to the channel. Please do smash a like on the video as well. Now, as usual, we recommend downloading ExpressVPN. A lot of people have downloaded. They subscribe to a yearly subscription, and then every single week we do a guide on how you can watch your sort of rugby action, stuff like that. Which your broadcasters, which are the cheapest broadcasters, where you can watch for free. For example, it's going to be a lot of URC action, which will be on free-to-air broadcasts, to be able to watch some of the URC action on those. But a lot of the time you need to be able to sort of watch from different locations, where certain broadcasters and streaming services are geolocated and geo-blocked. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN. There's linked in the description below. So go and get that sorted. And then you're going to open up ExpressVPN. It'll look something like this. And then depending on where you're going to be watching the game or what service you're going to be watching, you're going to connect to... So, for example, for this one, we're going to be watching Stan Sport. So you're going to press the three buttons over here, and it'll pop something come up here with all the different countries. You're going to go select Australia, and then you're going to turn it on. And that's very important. So once you turn it on, for example, we are then going to be using Stan Sport. Now, the nice thing about Stan Sport is that there is a 7-day free trial. So if you were to sign up today, for example, it will include today and this weekend. If you were to wait until Saturday for the South Africa versus Argentina game, then you'll be able to reuse that next weekend for the final weekend of Rugby Championship. All you need for Stan Sport is an email address, and then you can just Google an Australian postal code. Now, the nice thing, for example, is that even if you have done this trial before, you can redo it with a different email address. Go and sign up for a 3-day trial. It is 7 days. The entire sort of the Stan service is 30 days, but the Stan Sport itself is a 7-day free trial. Or else you can actually subscribe to Stan, which is not particularly expensive. And the nice thing is you can subscribe and you can share the details with, I think it's up to 3 or 4 people depending on your subscription. So I think you can actually end up paying, I think it's like 60 Rand for the month, you and like 2 other friends or whatever, and you can watch all the action for the rest of the month. That's what we were sort of encouraging people to do early in the tournament, so we get that sort of arrangement going. But Stan Sport's definitely your cheapest bet in terms of how to watch the rugby. Other broadcasts include Flow Rugby. For that, what you're going to do is you're going to open up ExpressVPN, which, as you can see, is connected to Australia server. We then pop up. I'm going to go down to USA. Then you can watch Flow Rugby. If you're in the UK, you can change it to the UK and watch on Sky Sports. So you can find various different broadcasters and choose which one you want to subscribe to. As I said, there are lots of free trials out there, which is a nice way to sort of watch the game without actually having to pay any subscription fees. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. As I said, get yourself a ExpressVPN, get yourself a year subscription, because we do videos every week. How to watch the end of year tour, which is going to be on Amazon Prime, for example. So which is very cheap, but not necessarily available in South Africa and certain parts. We'll be doing videos on how to watch the Challenge Cup, the Champions Cup, the URC, Curry Cup, you name it. We'll be doing videos on it. The World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, the cricket and stuff like that. So there's so many various ways you can watch sport with a VPN. It unlocks a whole new possibility of consuming sport, and you don't have to worry Australia, and then you're going to turn it on, and that's very important. So once you turn it on, for example, we are then going to be using Stan Sport. Now, the nice thing about Stan Sport is that there is a 7 next week the VPN. It unlocks a whole new possibility of consuming sport, and you don't have to worry about sort of illegal streams that are going to get taken down. You'll be watching on legitimate broadcasters all the time. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's team announcement reaction, Jacques Nienaber and his coaching staff have announced the team to take on Argentina this weekend. And it is an unchanged starting 15. A couple of changes to the bench, and a couple or two, definitely two players that people have very much wanted to see more of. And, we were told that we were going to see more players against Argentina, and we are going to see a couple of changes. Not wouldn't say wholesale changes, and I think a lot of injuries have very much played into that. Because I think that, for example, we're seeing Jesse Creel now. I don't think we would have seen him a week ago. I don't think we would have seen Kane Moody necessarily against Australia. I don't think we would have seen David Williamson at 10. I don't think we would have seen Franco Mostert at 7 last week, if it wasn't for the injuries and stuff like that we have had as a squad. So, I think that maybe that's probably why we're not seeing more changes in this lineup, because a lot of them are sort of we have been injury enforced and stuff like that. But we were said that the idea was there going to be a few changes. There are a few changes, and again, I think that it'll be interesting to see the scene that we have next week, whether we keep the same squad, or whether we do risk rotation, because at the end of the day, we're also currently vying for a rugby championship. And you certainly don't want to throw that away in the pursuit of blooding players and stuff like that. So it's quite a lot of gelling at the Springbok management do have to do. But yeah, we're going to go through the team announcement. We're going to look at some of the key players, some of the players who are under pressure, players who we kind of hoping that will do will really step up and stuff like that, and players who really need to take the opportunity. I think there are a couple of players who are under a bit of pressure. I don't think there are any players who are, like, for example, playing really badly and this is their last opportunity, but there are certainly players where their credentials are being questioned, and people need to be reminded of whether they are good enough and should be within the setup. But overall, I quite like it. I think that I like the fact that we stuck with with a winning formula from starting 15 point of view. I like to, it's good to see that good games get rewarded. I think that the replacements for me, a lot of them make sense. I feel a little bit sorry for Watchalong, who didn't get an opportunity against Australia, despite being on the bench, and doesn't get named in the 23 here. So I feel a bit sorry for him. But I think that obviously the fly half conundrum kind of dictates that. And but there are big opportunities for Andre Estes and Albert Lowe, which is cool to see. And a big opportunity for Faf de Klerk, who's under a bit of pressure, for example, and interesting to see how he comes up off the bench. So yeah, I don't think that there are any changes I would have really made to the side. I think it's pretty much as strong as we can name. And I think that a lot of people were questioning the fact that we weren't picking on form, that we're picking players who are out of form. I think that we have. I think players haven't dropped through their form. I think Joseph David, for example, not involved in the matchday squad, and I think that's a form thing. Dwayne Vermeulen not being picked is a form thing. I think Peter Steph Toy was supposed to. We don't know if he's fit or not. Was supposed to be fit for this game, but I genuinely think that on form, Franco Mostert deserves the jersey more than him. I think that Vincent Koch, for example, is somebody who hasn't maybe had his best a couple of games in a Bok jersey. So I do think there's a lot of players here being picked on form. I think Kane Moody, being rewarded for a really good first game at 14 there. They could have looked to Watchalong there once again. So yeah, I do think it's a team that form has definitely played a large role in the selection of it. So let me know what you think of the team down in the comments below. Very interested to see what everybody has to say, and interested to see how they're going to do it. As I said, this is a team that needs to go out and do more than just win, unfortunately, this weekend. We've got to try and win and try and find a bonus point. Because if we look at the Rugby Championship table, for example, unless we get some bonus points, it's not really in our hands. At the moment, if you look at the table, we're currently sitting, well, the Google one has us in second, but I'm pretty sure if you look at the website, we were down in third because of the whole weird Rugby Championship rule. I'm trying to find the Sands or our website. But we're 1 point behind New Zealand, and we're in the same amount of points as Argentina and Australia. So we beat Argentina this weekend, for example. Well, basically, if we beat Argentina twice, that takes Argentina out of the running. Obviously, they can't win. We win twice, that takes us to 17 points. If we win twice with a bonus point, it'll take us to 19 points. Now, New Zealand can get to 20 points. Australia can only get to 19 points as well. So, for example, if on Thursday Australia beat New Zealand without a bonus point, and we win on Saturday, we would go top of the log, and all of a sudden, winning the rugby championship is in our hands. That's how quickly it can change. So, if Australia win on Thursday, and we win without a bonus point, and we win with a bonus point, suddenly a bonus point victory next week would guarantee us the rugby championship. So that's how close it is. So it's a huge game from a South African perspective, and we've got to go out and we've got to start really, really well, because it's not going to be easy. We're playing in Argentina, which is a very tough place to go and play rugby. We've not had the best of times there in the past. We have struggled in the past in Argentina, so it's not like it's the idea that the concept of bonus point victory is incredibly feasible and almost sort of like a gimme. It's definitely not. I mean, the fact that I think even a win right now is not necessarily a gimme, because I said it's a very good Argentinian side, but it's an Argentinian side that's hurting and that has just been punished by New Zealand. And interesting to see how they respond. Do they go down the route of they can't really get themselves back up for it and they really struggle, or do they respond in really strong fashion with an epic showing against the Boks, and they go on and beat the Boks? It's going to be interesting. In terms of the comments, PS say this is a very strong team. Michelle Lemon says, when is Rush's suspension coming to an end? Is it not supposed to be now September? End of September, so you won't see him in the coaching box. In this rugby championship, you will see him back at match day, end of year tour. Jaden Beard saying it's a solid team. Kalanta 50 would have made the team better. Roberto Wilkes says Jesse and Faf got to go. Tim van den Berg says excited for Low and Andre, hoping for big games from Willemse. We need it more now than ever. And also Andre stoked to see this Oak play. Yeah, I think that's going to be I think Andre Estes and Albert Lowe are going to be a very popular picture for the fan, because we wanted to see a bit more of them. Albert Lowe very much one for the future, playing really good rugby at the Bulls, and Andre Estes on the back of a stormy season for in the Premiership. So hopefully those two sort of put a big shift in. And what I really like about this team is there's a couple of things I like about it. First of all, I think that we're seeing that Stephen Kitsoff and Malcolm Marx currently are better used as starters. Bongi Manambi's back on the squad, so I'm interested to see what they do with that dynamic. Do we now start deploying Bongi Manambi as your bond squad player? Do we shift Malcolm Marx back down to the bench? I think that we only really had a massive issue with Malcolm Marx on the bench when Bongi stopped playing, and because there was definitely a gap. There's a step down between who was playing and when Malcolm Marx came on. When Bongi Manambi's playing, for example, it's a far smaller gap between the two. So if they're both basically playing the same amount of minutes over the game, it doesn't really matter which one starts, which one finishes. But from a situational point of view, Malcolm Marx tends to fit in the last stage of the game with his turnover work, whereas Bongi Manambi very confrontational, softens up positions, very hard runner, can sometimes be better as a starter. So those are the things you've obviously got to sort of factor in. Also, you look at combinations, for example, Stephen Kitsoff and Malcolm Marx tend to work together a lot. And we're now sort of seeing Oxen Chair and Trevor Nyakane work together quite a bit. And the big sort of question, I think Oxen Chair's under a little bit of pressure. Because we're waiting to see what we saw in the URC, aren't we? We're waiting to see him really step up. And we want to see him be one of the best loose heads in the world at an international level. We saw that he could do it at URC level. I mean, we saw that. I mean, he was in the URC Dream Team. So to suggest, for example, he doesn't deserve to be there and he's not good enough it's wrong at the end of the day. But we need to see him imposing himself a little bit more. I thought we saw a really good game from him against the New Zealand second test. Which one was the one where he was like, it was Australia first? I think there was one of the games where I was quite impressed with him, where he was charging. I mean, we had a kick and chase, stuff like that, and he played quite well. But we want to see that making that step up and really sort of apply himself. Because I'd like to see Stephen Kitsoff and Oxen Chair as our two loose heads. And then Stephen Kitsoff, Trevor Nyakane, Vincent Koch, those three will pile up for the tight heads. In terms of some of the stats for this weekend, though, Ivan Etzebeth will become the most capped Springbok against Argentina. 18 times he'll play against them. Obviously, that's because we started playing them twice a year compared to you look at your previous Springboks Centurions, your Brian Abanners, your Victor Matfields. They didn't play against Argentina in the in the Tri-Nations back then, so they didn't play them as many times. Siya Kolisi will play his 40th test as captain, becoming one of the most capped Springbok captains of all time. The total amount of test caps for the Springboks lineup is 741. Majority of those across the forwards, 478. And there are 225 caps on the bench. Very experienced forwards. I mean, they're averaging 60 caps per player in the forwards, compared to 37 in the backline and 28 on the bench. So I think that's quite nice, by the way. I think that, we spoke about the fact that we're playing players who are old and stuff like that. But I think the main sort of gripe was, your Dwayne Vermeulens, your Frans Steins, nobody seems to have an issue with Deon Fourie. I mean, it blows my mind that everyone has a massive issue with Dwayne Vermeulen playing or Frans Stein playing, but nobody's got an issue with Deon Fourie playing. And they're all around the same age, aren't they? Everyone's going to have... you talk about something like Billy Leroux and how old he is, but Trevor Nyakane is the same age. Billy Leroux is currently 33. I think Trevor is actually older. Billy Leroux is 33 and Trevor Nyakane, so they're the same age. But you have a big issue with Billy that he's too old as opposed to Trevor. So I think for me it's not about an age thing, it's about a form thing. If you're playing like Deon Fourie is the best rugby you could potentially ever played in your career, and you can do a job, then it doesn't matter how old he is. Whereas if you've got somebody who's 28 years old, are we going to play him just because he's younger? If he's not going to be better than your older player. So for me, it's more about form, and I think this is a form team. You look at that side, and I think there are question marks over Jesse Creel because he hasn't had a couple of big games, but I think that that's an injury-enforced replacement. If Lakanya was in there, nobody have an issue with it. I think the only other player there for me who's under a bit of pressure is, Mapimpi, I think, has been working pretty well. I don't think there's anybody really putting pressure on him, but I think he's someone who could potentially be under a bit of pressure. But apart from that, you look at the pack, no one's going to be doubting any of the inclusions of Stephen Kitshoff, Malcolm Marx, Frans Malherbe, Eben Lewitt, Sia, Franco, Jasper Wiese. I think that pack, I don't think you can have any grasp about it. I think that's about the strongest pack we've currently got. Whether Evan Roos, for example, can start putting pressure on Jasper Wiese, I hope so. But right now, Jasper Wiese has played really good rugby for the Boks. He deserves his spot. He's definitely taking his opportunities. From a backline perspective, Billy Leroux showed his class. David Williams has to play at 10, so we don't have any other options, but he didn't look bad at 10. Kanan Moody really took his opportunity. Jaden Hendricks has certainly been our best scrum half this year. And if you look at the bench, Kwaka Smith's been fantastic for us. Faf de Klerk, I think he's under a little bit of pressure. I think Frans Stein's under a little bit of pressure. Albert Lowe's not under really pressure, but very exciting to see him come in. So it's I don't think there's too many changes that you can make to make that team better at the end of the day. It is very much a team of players, especially and players who've been playing well for the Boks. And I think, again, I said it before, and people are saying that I'm obsessed, but I think that Jesse Creel has not been as bad as everybody has. I generally don't. I think he was solid enough against Australia in that second test. He didn't have any ball in hand. So if he's not going to get the ball, it's difficult to do anything with the ball. But I thought that, defensively he was very solid. He made some nice tackles, and systematically wise, the defensive system was functioning, which is always going to be a bit of a cause of concern when you lose Lakanya in terms of from a leadership point of view. So I thought that defensively we were solid enough there. I think Dale Lindy has shown. I'd like to see Dale Lindy would be a bit more consistent. We've seen patches of Dale Lindy, and the Dale Lindy who won scored a try against Australia. And I think that we might have seen, for example, we could have seen Damien Williams at 12 at some point during the Rugby Championship, but injuries wise, we couldn't do it. So you could have played an Esterhuizen at 12. I wonder if we might see that next week. I do think that could be on the cards. I'm interested to see, but given the fact that Williams had to shift down to 10, given the fact that Jesse Creel is coming back into the side, and hasn't played as much rugby, I think it's a smart thing to have Damien Dale-Lindy in that inside centre role. You need people who've been there for a while and are comfortable. You don't want to have people who are not maybe the best of form or not necessarily comfortable, not solid in their position across the back line. And you put Andre Esterhuizen there, and you're talking about a Willemse who's playing almost not basically out of position. He's playing out of position. He's not in the position where they'd like to be playing. You've got Andrew Esterhagen, who's sort of now trying to make his way back into the side. Hasn't been playing there for a while. You've got Jesse Creel, who's not playing maybe his best rugby. He also hasn't been playing in that side for a while. You've got Kane and Moody's playing in a second test. I think that experience is very vital, and I think that's probably what's keeping Damon Delendi very much in the team. And it's not like he's been terrible. We're not talking about Delendi's out of form. He's just not been able to offer us what he was offering us at the World Cup. And I think we'd like to see somebody different. And we'd like to have seen Damian Willemse. But again, injuries in the necessitate that's not going to be the case. Jaden says, when was the last time you beat Argentina in Argentina? I can find out for you. Springboks versus Argentina rugby history. Bring up the games between them. And the last time we played in Argentina and we won was in 2019. We won in Salta, 46 points to 13, which is actually the last time we played them in Argentina. Before then, however, we actually had two. Before then, we lost in Mendoza in 2018. We then won in Salta. We lost in Salta before then. So it's been pretty. It's not, I wouldn't say that they haven't exactly been beating us regularly, but it's a tough place to play. It really is a tough place to play. And I think the biggest thing about playing against Argentina is that when they're at home, it's a side of passion. And what I think Michael Cheika is trying to do is really find a way to channel that passion and be able to make it a bit more controlled. But if they start playing well, if the crowd gets behind them, they just get more and more difficult. So it's a side that you've got to start well, and you've got to try and quieten down the home fans, because it's a hostile environment over there. We are playing in Buenos Aires at the Estadio Jose Amalfitana Stadium, which seats 49,500 people. I'm trying to see the last time we played there. The last time we played in Buenos Aires was 2015. And before that, yeah, so that was the last time. So we haven't played there in about 7 years. So it's been a long time since we played at this particular stadium. Hopefully we start well. Other comments were, when is that front row is the best? Tian says, did you read what Sasha said to SO Max? Said Moody's meteoric rise is inspiring the youngsters to chase the block dream even harder. Super excited for up and comers. Yeah, I spoke to Sasha at the same event. Very, very mature head. On him, and I think that what I think is very good about him, and I think what's very exciting about him, is that he's willing to wait. He's willing to establish himself in the URC, try and push Moni Liebach. He actually said he wants to share a field with Moni Liebach and then take the next step. And I think that's very good. And I think that South African public also needs to be very wary about where he is. And Kane Moody's, for example, taking a step up, he's looked good, but it's not always the same for various players. And I think that Sasha Ngomazulu is perfectly placed to come into the box side in 2024. I think next year's World Cup is far too soon. From a structural point of view, from a player point of view, he's barely made it into the URC, but he can get a full URC campaign into him now. He can then get another full URC campaign into him, where he's hopefully starting a lot of the games. And if he really does keep progressing, then I think he's perfectly placed to start playing for the Boks, hopefully in 2024, 2025, where he will be 22, 23 years old and a bit more mature. Same probably as a Jaden Hendrickson, for example. As Swart says, so excited to have URC and Rugby Championship at the same time. Happy Beast is there. Donovan would like to see Kalant at 15. What's your thoughts on Moody at 13? As I see he's played 13 before and Arns at 14. I wouldn't play Moody at 13 just yet. I'd like to see him play there at the Bulls a bit. Although at the moment, because I think 13 is a bit of an issue, but we're not going to see that at the Bulls. We're going to see him at 14, 15. You've got Similani at 13. So when he goes back to the Bulls, I imagine you'll see potentially him at 50, Curtly Arns at 14. Yeah, that's probably what I reckon. And you can see Cornel Hendricks anywhere, really. Or you could see Curtly Arns at 11, Moody at 15, Cornel Hendricks at 14. There's a lot of different players you could have all around. I don't think we're going to see him at 13, though, not for a while. Donovan says Ruiz needs a chance. Daniel says, what about staying as fullback to do the kicking? Williams was awful for T. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a question. That's a bit of a concern for me this weekend is the place kicking. And, you know, he has been posting photos and videos of him practicing his place kicking, but he's got to bring his kicking boots. If Williams is going to be a genuine option at 10, he has to be able to place kick. And somebody said, who said the fly-off has to do the place kicking? Well, someone has to. And right now in our team, there are no place kickers, regular place kickers, within our squad. You know, Faf de Klerk and Chase and Colby have kicked from the tee before, but they're not regular place kickers. It's not like you've got a Greg Laidlaw, you know, or Geordie Barrett, who is a fullback, and that's what he does. Emiliano Buffelli, you know, you're not sitting with a player in the squad who is a regular place kicker for their local side that doesn't play fly half. So if Williams is at 10, who is your place kicker? You got to find someone, unfortunately, and place kicking is important. This is test match rugby. There have been World Cup finals that have been won without a try being scored. And you've got to be able to be a good place kicker. So we have to have a place kicker. So if Williams is not going to be a place kicker at 10, we then need to find a place kicking 9, a place kicking center, a place kicking wing, a place kicking fullback. Hell, we can have a place kicking prop if he's good enough. But right now in the squad, the place kickers were Damien Williams, Alton Yankees, Honje Pollard, France Day. Those are the only ones who will be place kicking regularly for their franchises. You know, yes, Shez and Colby's played a game or two at fly half and maybe and can kick up the tee, and Patrick Kirk's got the ability of kicking a ball off a tee over the post. He can do it, but they don't do it regularly. And maybe they need to. You know, maybe Jaden Hendrickson, that's something that he needs to start working on. Maybe if Jaden Hendrickson starts becoming a really good place kicker, then that becomes an option. But somebody has to take the ownership of that, and it's generally a fly half, and he's got the most experience place kicking for his union or franchise before, but he was also replaced in the role because he wasn't very good, wasn't very consistent, unfortunately. So yeah, I think staying does add a lot of the bench from a place kicking point of view in terms of he is a very good place kicker. Albert says, good team, consistent box showing intent. Simanga says, honestly, we need to rest Sia and other seniors. I really want to see them firing hard against Ireland. We should play Alton. Here they're scoring heaps in these days. Yeah, you're not the first one to make that joke. P3 says, I heard that there was something wrong with the Jones pitch and they changed to Avanadar. I haven't seen anything official. Unless I've missed something. Wait, what did the press release say? Yeah, press release still says that we're there, so I haven't seen anything official about that. So I don't know where you've seen that, but yeah, at this stage it's still got. Yeah, I think it's still happening there at this stage. Luditso says, very strong team. Steve, happy to see Esthazen included. Esthazen on the fast pop ball has been destroying in Europe. Let's hope he play in that way. Jaden used to kick at Glenwood. Yeah, so that's why I mentioned him. He has played kick before. So maybe that's an interesting project. You know, do they send do they send him back to the Sharks and say, right, chaps, we need to get him place kicking? You know, you need to put him next to Kerwin Bosch and you need to turn him into a place kicker. Pat Lambie needs to work with him because if Daniel Williams has to play 10 at fly half, but you've got Jane Henderson as a place kicker, and that becomes a genuine option. So, but then we need to start putting those mechanics in, so that you're ready. You can't be at the World Cup final going, the only place kicker we've got is Damien Williams, and you know we're not sure how that's going to go. We can't be in that situation. We've got to have a good place kicker. It's vital to test match rugby. Look, the alternative is you just go and score 4 or 5 tries a game and you don't concede any. But yes, we do need to start taking points. We do need to have a good place kicker. And we've lost 2 very good place kickers, and Pollard injured, and Alton Yankees leaving the squad, which doesn't help. Because I don't think Valencia was going to play 10 this weekend. I think that Alton Yankees, up until leaving the squad on Monday, was set to play at 10. Because and then I would have been interested to see if we would have seen Williams at 12 or Williams at 15 and what we would have done there. but not going to be the case. So I think things are, yeah, and I think the plans are going to have to change over the next few. Over the next few months, if for example, Arsenal Yankees is not going to be involved with the box going forward, again, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We still don't know all the facts, stuff like that. For example, Mark goes on, he's not going to comment on the PSA. But if he's not going to be part of the squad, then what do the Springboks do? Do we look at bringing in another fly half? We might have to. For example, Johan Goosen, I see somebody's mentioning Johan Goosen in the chat. From what I understand, he won't even be available for Bulls this weekend. He's still working on his way back. So I think that Johan Goosen only becomes available for the Bulls in October. And look, they've had him as part of the box setup. But if you want to give me a heart attack, you put Johan Goosen in your World Cup plans, because yeah, sure, if he can give you the World Cup, if he can make it through the 6-7 games of the World Cup and play his best rugby, maybe he can win you a World Cup. But he's also, and probably more likely and historically, very likely to play 2 or 3 games and break down and be out, and then you sit there going, now what? And I'm not saying that Pollard is not going to get injured, because he's also had his injury problems. But you look at the history, and it would give me so much anxiety knowing that we are relying on him to stay fit for the World Cup, where he's just not had the history. If he plays a full URC season, like full, as in like misses 2, maybe 3 games, and can get through up until June, and he can play the incoming series or whatever against whoever it is and be fully fit and no issues. And by the no issues, like, the guy can't get cramped, the guy can't get a black eye, he can't break a fingernail. He needs to basically look like a poster boy throughout the entire thing. Like, this guy can't even get a graze on his knee. Prove to me that, then we can talk about him going to the World Cup. But until we see a track record of him being fit, it's a very big risk to back him and to sort of put all your eggs in one cart. Again, if for example your fly halves are Alton, I mean, if they were going to be Alton Yankees, Johan Goosen, and Andre Pollard, I think they were going to be. Goosen's got a really bad injury history. Pollard's also not got the best injury history, if we're being brutally honest. So the only person who's actually got a reasonably good injury history was Alton Yankees, who now might not be part of the squad for other reasons. So we're in a little bit of trouble. And we keep waiting to see, and I think we'll see it next week. Will we see somebody being called up? Will we see a Chris Smith being called up? Will we see a Jane Henderson being added to the squad? Will we see a Monty Liebach being added to the squad? And I'm interested to see if I would be adding them. I would be. The problem is, again, if they're not going to play next week. Aren't they better? Or, for example, I know that the Lions are going on tour. So then you sit there saying, right, if we take Jordan Hendrickson out of the Lions for a week to train with the Box, is that better for him in terms of aligning with the Box, or should he be playing for the Lions? For Chris Smith, for example, Chris Smith's probably somebody you could slot into a box setup a little bit easier. But for whatever reason, they've not looked to bringing in a fly half. But I think that if Alton Yankees is not going to be there at the end of the year tour, we're going to have to. I don't see how we can get away with not taking another fly half to the end of the year tour. And the nice thing is we do have those select games. So if you do take Chris Smith, Jaden Henderson, Monty Liebach, Sia Masuku, for example, I think he could actually start doing a job. At least you could give them game time in a Box jersey. So I don't think you could give them 2 definitely games. And if Pollard isn't available for that final test against England, then maybe you could throw them into, or at least very much put them on the bench. And you could get a fly half. You could get them 3 games for the Springboks, 1 official cap, but 3 games for the team, and then hopefully they're around next year as well. But I think that unfortunately we kind of gambled a little bit with flower halves. As I said, we've always had 3 flower halves. The one's been Johan Goosen. So as far as I'm concerned, it's 2.5 flower halves until he sorts those injuries issue out. But the idea was that we're going to back Pollard and Yankees 1 and 2, and then hopefully add Goosen as a 3rd. and we wouldn't need to bring anybody until after the World Cup. And now, Pollard's broken down, the young kids have left the squad, and I was sitting there going, oh, Schweppes, we weren't planning on having Damien Willemse as our front runner fly half. We're going to have to add somebody. I don't see how they get away with not adding somebody to the squad. Who I would add, because everybody keeps asking me, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think that, the foreign player is Monty Liebach. The young up-and-coming player is Jaden Hendrickse. The safe option is Chris Smith. And I don't know what you want. I don't know where you go and you take Monty Liebach, who's playing the best rugby of his life, and you go into the Springboks setup and you say flourish. I don't know if the Springbok environment is ready for him. I think, we've seen how Warwick Galant has been able to chance that can't play before, nor even get the opportunity. At the same time, he could be the best of the three from a form perspective. I think Chris Smith is a very solid option, but I don't think he's world class. I don't think he ever will necessarily be world class. And maybe he just takes it up a whole different level. But I think that he is someone. He's 28 years old. He's just turned 28. So he's had time to really sort of establish himself, and he's established himself as a solid fly half, a good fly half, but never bashed the door down at international level. Jaden Hendrickse, on the other hand, will play Springboks. If he stays fit and he plays like he is, I've got no doubt he will get Springbok capped one day. Is he ready? And his brother has looked very comfortable. And I'm not saying that means that Jaden is, but that is also the risk, from a young point of view. I'm hoping that we use the next 3-4 weeks of the URC to find and decide who we're going to bring in. It's going to have to bring somebody at the end of the year tour. Jan says, putting too much kicking pressure on Willemse could affect his confidence, which is high right now. I totally agree. Jade says, how old is Chris Smith? You're 28. Who's the best rugby player? I'm not sure who you're talking about then. You're talking about in the world right now. Then it's probably DuPont or Lecanyo Sam says, who was that under 21 kid at 10? He looked like he was going to be some magic. Talking about Sasha Ngomazulu, who's 19. Not going to be calling out Brosh. Tian says, bring in Smith or Liebach, surely, maybe even both for the end of year SA games. Jan says, need new blood for 10 position. We're not calling out Rob DePria Jr., Matthew Dixon, nice try there. As someone who used to kick at school level, I think if Damien can work on it at the level where he's comfortable and confident, you will not stop him. Yeah, the only problem is that he's 24 years old. He's had plenty of time to perfect it. In fact, he was back as a fly half up until a year ago and still didn't really click together. So you kind of sort of get the idea that's maybe just not something he's particularly good at. Carter says Alton is needed in the team. Is New Zealand versus Oz game on Thursday? Yes, it is. Our preview will be out tomorrow. I mean Jordan, fucking Jordan and Jaden. Their parents doomed us to never be able to get them right. Jordan the GOAT, Jaden the weird guy playing at Sharks. We'll see Jordan this weekend. My man. Hopefully we can get to the stadium as well. We're going to start wrapping up though. We will be live tomorrow for our usual news show. Apologies for having a couple of them. We've had a lot of things happening behind the scenes. We've got a very, very exciting announcement, hopefully for Friday, ahead of the weekend, which, I'm very, very keen for, and something we've been hoping to do as a channel for quite a while. And a very big, it's a big announcement for us. It's a big step that we've been waiting to take. And I'm very excited with the conversations we've had about it. I'm very excited with, without giving too much away, with what the future holds. And I think it's going to help the channel a lot. And I think it's going to bring a whole different aspect to the channel. And I think it's going to be a lot more interaction between us, which is going to be fun, which is going to be cool. And I think it's going to be, it's going to be exciting. So big channel announcement for Friday, hopefully. We'll have confirmation about that hopefully tomorrow. We'll have confirmation of the announcement tomorrow, which will then be on Friday ahead of what will be a launch on Saturday. That's the plan. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We will have Jacques Ninova's press conference up within the next hour. So keep an eye out for that. And then tomorrow will be a live for our news show. We will have our preview for New Zealand versus Argentina versus Australia. Let us look up on Thursday, which we will be live for that. Don't stress, I got you guys. It's 11:45, I think it is, South African Standard Time. Weird time for us to be watching rugby, but you got to do what you got to do. And then we will be live, hopefully on Thursday night for the fan forum. And yeah, the usual press conferences throughout the week, as well as then URC this weekend. So I don't think we'll have a watch along necessarily on Friday at this rate. We're not sure, but we will definitely be live for the Lions versus the Bulls on Saturday at Emirates Airline Park, and then that'll then lead us into the block game, which kicks off at 9 o'clock. People, as always, it's been a pleasure. I will see you guys next time. Oh, also, we're over 18,000 subscribers, which is quite cool. So thank you very much to everybody who has subscribed. Keep them coming. Let's try and push for 20 by the end of the year. And I'll chat to you guys all very soon. Keep well, keep safe. And yeah, as I said, I'm happy with the box side. Hope you guys are. And let's see what they can do this weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, from I think it's late afternoon over there and early afternoon over in Argentina. We've got our team announcement today. You would have seen that our release dropped a couple of minutes ago, so the squad has been announced. As you would know, it's an unchanged starting lineup with just 3 changes on the bench. But we will get Coach Jacques Nienaber to take you through that, depending on questions and so forth. Guys, also, I'd just like to appeal to everybody. We are not mentioning at all anything related to Elton Jantjies. We will not entertain any questions. So if I can please ask that we stick to the task at hand, and that is the squad announcement and the match that's coming up this weekend. That is essentially our aim here today. We've also got Elrich Low, who is on the table today with Coach Jacques Nienaber. So please, as usual, raise your hand for questions. If I can ask you to please ask one question at a time. If we have a chance for a second question, we will come back to you. And then obviously toward the last 10 minutes, we will do Afrikaans for our international media who are joining. So that's just a warning over there. So first stand up, Nathan. Nathan?
Thank you, Zina. Good day, gentlemen. I got a 2-part question. On the bench, there's no lock replacement. Reason for asking, both Eben and Lewis have high workloads, and is that being monitored? Because there is guys like Salman waiting in the wings. The second part of the question, will Evan Roos feature in the last test or end of year? I believe there were talks he'd be included later in the rugby champs or end of the year.
Okay, I suppose that question is for me. Listen, guys, it's breaking up badly. So I got parts of it. So so Nathan, if I'm answering the wrong question, apologies, and then you can re-ask that. But so the first one, you said there's no lock on the bench, and yes, you're correct there. Like the previous test match against Australia, Franco Mostert covers us in that position, although he's starting at 7. And then your other question was relating, are we monitoring the work rate of players? Yes, yes, we are. And not only in the test matches, but also with their clubs. So obviously some players are high in match minutes with the Springboks, but not as high if you go and look at their clubs for, let's say, there's injuries or there was reasons for them missing game time. So yes, no, it is definitely something that we monitor deeply or thoroughly. Sorry, thoroughly.
Ashfaq?
Thanks, guys. Hi, Jacques. Hi, Ulrich. I know you said you're not taking questions on Elton, but his unavailability means you don't have a specialist fly-off on the bench. Who covers a fly-off of the bench, and how does that affect your approach? And then secondly, just for on Ulrich, what do you expect from him as an impact player?
Okay, Ashfaq, yeah, like the previous test, Frans Steyn covers us on fly-off. With Gaza starting, and I think that's probably sometimes injuries and is a bad thing. You know, if you think us losing Andre, if you think about what happened in the right wing position, but the positive of that is always you get to test your depth, and you get to get some experience in your squad and develop your squad in terms of the squad depth. So yes, on stand covering fly up for us there this weekend. And then was the question about Elrich. was that for me is what I expect him from as an impact player. No, I just expect him to do what he did in the test matches that he came on for us. And also what he's been doing with us in training. You know, he must just deliver what he's been delivering, training in and training out, and what he did in the games that he went on for us.
Craig Gray.
Thank you, Zina. Afternoon, gents. Jacques, just a broader question. You know, you won your last time in Argentina, but the 2 previous times the Boks lost. What makes it such a difficult place to win in? Especially, I guess they've been in the Rugby Championship for 10 years now. But yeah, just your views on what makes it difficult over there.
Yes, yeah, Craig. Yeah, obviously, it's a passionate country, you know, and I think they are a proud team, and they've got lots of struggles and challenges to overcome. You know, not having a league in Argentina, similar to us, getting a lot of players in from abroad and aligning them. So I think they're a tough team that's hard to break down. Yeah, they're very passionate, and they really want to perform in front of their home fans and away. I mean, like we saw 2 or 3 weeks ago in Christchurch, you know, they are a formidable team, and I think they are well coached, and they've got good experience within that squad, and yeah, so that's what makes them tough.
Thanks.
Heinz.
Hi, Jock Ulrich. Jock, just a question on the defense. I mean, I think sometimes for people like us, you know, out there, we don't necessarily get the full picture in terms of defensive stats and that type of thing. But the basic things that we do get is that we've seen, you know, a trend this season that you guys are averaging about 20 missed tackles, you know, before a huge improvement in Sydney and stuff. I just wanted to hear, is there a bit of a concern, you know, that the watertightness of that defense has slackened perhaps a bit, you know? Is it due to workload, or are we not quite seeing, you know, the full picture from the outside now?
From a defensive viewpoint, yes, to be honest, I don't know what the stats is currently. If you ask me what our tackle completion is, I will not be able to tell you. It's not something that I follow, and the reason for or look at, because tackle completion, in my opinion, if you concede 4 maul tries and you kick all of them over, the score will be 28-0, and you won't miss a tackle. So in my opinion, and I'm not sure if it broke up. I'm not sure, Heinz, if it was Heinz asking, hey. I'm not sure if you were mentioning tackle completion or what stat you were mentioning. So yes, I think from my perspective, are we where we should be in terms of winning a World Cup? Probably not. I think we are, and there's a couple of reasons for that. And I think if you look at just team selection, I don't think we've got a massive focus on continuity in team selection. I think our mind, although we want to win every single test match, I don't think our mind is currently there in terms of getting consistent team selections. We may be thinking a little bit broader, you know, giving a guy like Ulrich an opportunity in a big game. This will be like a semi-final. It will be one of his biggest games that he would play in away from home. You know, last week giving a guy like Kane an opportunity in Australia, where no team has before. It took us 9 years to win there, you know, so or to get a victory there. The same with Jaden, you know, him getting a start there. So I think a consistency in selection and always leads to consistency in performance. And I'm not there covering up for the defense. Your question was, are we where we want to be? No, we're not where we want to be. Is there reasons for that? Maybe. Is there certain stats that we look at? Yes, there is definitely, but it's not the normal tackle completion and that stuff. There's other KPIs that I look at, and are we ticking them? Like I say, not to where we should be for World Cup, if you want to win a World Cup.
Thanks very much.
Steven?
Thanks, Z. Z, can I ask in Afrikaans or not yet?
Stephen, can we hold that till the end just for our international media on the call? But we'll get you the first Afrikaans question in a few minutes. Mubin?
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks, Zina. Good afternoon, Jacques. Good afternoon, Arif. Jacques, just the approach for this game, or the next two games, will these approach be for the next two games be sort of like a semi-final and final? Mental approach for this game? Is it all wins it like winning at all costs for this next two game?
Sorry, Mubin. Okay, so I'm gonna. I think the question was, are the next two games, are we going to treat it like a semi-final final? Yes, 100%. We will treat it as a semi-final final, because I think that is, if we want to be successful and win the rugby championship, we have to treat it as a semi-final final. And yes, so every test match for us is winning. At all costs, and every team we select, although I mentioned now that we probably weren't as consistent in selecting in team selection, you know, because maybe we want to look at where our broader squad is currently at. Every single test match is for us a win at all costs. You know, you're representing your country, but there's also an eye that you have to have on getting answers in certain positions. So it's definitely these two test matches will be a semi-final, final.
Dylan?
Thanks, Zina. Good afternoon, guys. Hope you're both well. Jacques, the URC gets underway this weekend. Just firstly, is there an opportunity for guys who are going to be involved in that Bulls and Lions match on Saturday to earn a call-up for that final rugby championship game? Or are you quite settled on the 30 or so players that you currently have in the squad? And then is the URC also starting a good opportunity for you to give more game time to, when the rugby championship is over, to give more game time to guys who are currently short of it in your current squad?
No, definitely. I see it difficult. We will only arrive in Durban, I think, on Monday morning, probably at the hotel about 3 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning. So I think just from a practical point of view, it will be very difficult to get somebody in who hasn't been with the squad, who doesn't know the calls, and who's not completely in our head in terms of what we're trying to do. I think that will be tough. Guys that have been in the squad, definitely, it would be much easier for them to slot in. But completely somebody new that hasn't been with us, I think it would be extremely difficult, because next week will probably be short just in terms from logistic point of view when we arrive in South Africa. And no, definitely it's great for us that the URC are starting again, and definitely players that hasn't played a lot of game minutes for us, they will go after the rugby championship, they will fall straight in with their clubs, like our international players as well. You know, they will be released to their clubs, and that management will then happen obviously by the club, and how they see them playing and performing for them, and when. Obviously, in the South African context, there's good communication between our performance staff and the franchise performance staff. But yes, guys with low game minutes, it would be great if they can get some minutes under the belt before we go on the interview tour.
Guys, I see there's still a few hands, but I'm feeling really sorry for Ulrich, who's been sitting here as well. So I'm going to ask Ulrich a question. Ulrich, on the bench this week, just how excited are you for this opportunity in such a big game?
Yeah, no, look, I've waited quite a while since my last test match, so I've worked hard, and really excited to get onto the pitch again. It's a big game, so I'm quite honored to be picked in starting 23. So yeah, I'm really excited to go out and play.
Cool. Let's go to Brendan now.
Good afternoon, guys. Jacques, just a quick question on injuries to the Kanyo and Andre, if you guys got any update on how long that's going to be. And Bongi joining you, I take it that's more for next week. Are you expecting him to be back in contention for next week?
Stephen, Brendan, sorry man, I missed the first part completely. But I'll answer the second part because I heard that one well. Is Bongi? Yeah, Bongi. We got Bongi in to have a look at him, and if he's available to play, and obviously if he goes through his process, his rehabilitation, and he's on track. He will be somebody that we will consider next week, but we will let know. We won't risk him at all. You know, if he's not 100% fit and ready to go, we will not risk him at all. Sorry, the first part I missed, Brendan.
Yeah, just Andre and the Kanye, if you guys have got any finality on how long they're going to be out.
Yes, I'm not 100% sure in terms of what date they return to training and return to play would be, but I know they're out for the Rugby Championship. Let's start there. They're out for that, and I think they are out for the end of year tour as well. But that I'm not 100% sure, but I would say I'm 80% sure.
Ross?
How's it, guys? Sorry if you've answered this question already. I struggled to get into the meeting, but I see that there may be a bit of a change of venue for the game. Is that something that plays a bit differently now that you guys have to prepare for a different venue on the weekend?
Ross, no, and yes, I haven't personally myself haven't played a test match in Buenos Aires yet, and not even I've been out of Super Rugby when the Super Rugby played here against the Jaguares. So even the old stadium, the first one, I've never been there personally. Yeah, so now for us, it's for me personally. I don't know if the players will feel any different, but for us, the change in venue that doesn't make it doesn't affect us.
Okay, cool, guys. We are gonna do another 3 or 4 questions in English, and then we'll switch over to Afrikaans. So Stephen, just hang in there. Nathan, you can ask.
Thank you again, Zina. Jock, you've had a week off after that last game against Australia, but how was the last week's prep, and what were the key areas you identified as major work-ons you'll be looking to overcome, especially against an Argentinian team, as you mentioned, passionate and difficult to break down?
Yes, after we played the test match on Saturday, and then we obviously went on the flight to Argentina, and we got here on Sunday evening. So the players were off on Sunday evening, Monday and Tuesday, and then we started working again on Wednesday. The key areas for us is the things that we focus on. Listen, there was a question about the defense, so we worked a little bit on our defense, getting cohesion there. Obviously, Kainan, it will be a second test in that position. Jesse getting a little bit of a run there, where Lukey was normally there, so try and build some relationships there. We worked on defense, we worked on our kicking game, we worked on attack, we worked a little bit on our conditioning. So because that's the nice thing of this bye week, it gives you a little bit of time to spend time on everything. So we brushed up and touched up on all aspects in our game.
Let's go to Craig Gray.
Thanks, Zina. Jacques, just Argentina left a few players at home for the New Zealand leg of the tour. They've also changed their style of rugby slightly. Do you expect a bit of an ambush? They're clearly targeting this game, the way they've sort of structured their season. So, I mean, would you put the 53-3 aside and rather look at how they sort of played the second Aussie test and the first New Zealand test as markers for what you expect?
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Craig. I think this is a game they will definitely target. Yes, if you look at the team selection and squad selection, I think I agree with you in terms of that. And listen, we in no illusion. This illusion in terms of what we're going to get. We're going to get a fired up physical Argentinian side that have knocked off Australia, that have knocked off New Zealand, and obviously they would love to knock off us, you know. And that will be something that they would target for, and that's why we say it's probably going to be a semi-final, and that's why it's good for us to test players and to see how they will handle this pressure situation, because there will be a lot of pressure in this game, you know. There will be a lot of heat in this game in terms of the crowds, yeah, so yeah, that's why this is the ideal game to see if players are good enough to handle this hostile and pressure environment.
Guys, I see everybody whose hands are up except for Stephen and Percy have asked questions already. So let's take Afrikaans, and if there's time at the end, then we can go back to English. So Stephen, you can go.
Dankie Zee, ek het 'n paar vrae, so jy moet my maar stil maak as ek te veel praat. Jacques, lekker om julle te sien. As jy my net insig kan gee asseblief in die veranderinge wat julle maak op die bank. Dis seker maar vir die beginspan, seker maar if it ain't broke, you don't fix it. Maar is net interessant ook dat jy weet om André terug te bring en dan Dwayne is dit 'n geval van 'n bietjie, jy weet, hy was op 'n stadium 'n speler wat 'n mens geensins sal weglaat uit 'n beginspan nie. Is daar 'n bietjie van 'n verandering in sy rol? En dan net vir jou tweedens van my kant af, as ek kyk na Argentinië, hulle het 'n geweldige klem by die afbreekpunte. Jy weet, hulle is baie effektief met die balsteel en ook in die basiese dinge. Hoe groot dink jy gaan die challenge daar wees en wat julle moet doen om dit te omseil?
Stephen, ja, in terme van die spanseleksie, so ja, ek dink as mens kyk na die beginspan, dis die eerste keer wat ons eintlik kontinuïteit behou het, want ons het laasweek op die vorige toets, dis eintlik vir ons die toets teen Australië in Australië, die vorige een was amper soos 'n kwart eindstryd vir ons, en dan hierdie is amper vir ons soos 'n half eindstryd, en dan die toets in Durban sal soos 'n finaal wees. En so ons het kontinuïteit in die beginspan, en dan ons het van die begin af vir die spelers gesê en almal weet dat ons gaan probeer om al 32 of 33 spelers 'n kans te gee, jy weet, op hierdie toer, en omdat ons sekere antwoorde wil kry, jy weet, so ja, Dwayne was baie goed vir ons, selfs toe hy begin het, hy was goed vir ons laasweek toe hy opgekom het in die Australiese toets, bring 'n baie ervaring, jy weet, maar ou wil ook antwoorde kry op sekere spelers, en dieselfde met Faf en Kobus, ons weet wat ons het in Faf en Kobus, in terme van ons weet, Faf het al vir ons 'n Rugby Championship gewen, het al vir ons 'n World Cup gewen, Kobus dieselfde, Kobus vir ons albei Britse en Ierse leeu's, maar nou het ons ook antwoorde op Jaden, jy weet, en dieselfde met Hershey, maar ons het ook nou antwoorde met Jaden, jy weet, Jaden het al Nieu-Seeland gewen in Suid-Afrika, hy was 9 jaar, was hy een van die spelers wat gehelp het, laat ons Australië wen in Australië, so ek dink dit gee vir 'n speler baie confidence, en dit gee ook vir die coaches confidence in die speler, jy weet, laat hy onder geweldige hoë druk kan funksioneer en kan produce. So ja, ek dink dit, as mense ook kyk na André Estreisen, jy weet, hy het laas, ek dink hy het laas gespeel teen Wallis in die tweede toets, jy weet, so, maar weer eens, soos Elrich nou gesê het, hulle oefen hard, hulle is positief, hulle help die span wat gekies word voorberei, hulle doen hulle extras, hulle werk hard aan hulle game, selfs al speel hulle nie, jy weet, so alhoewel dit miskien van buite af snaaks lyk, dat ouens nou ook kans gee, onthou wat ons heeltyd, jy sien hulle oefen, jy sien hoe hulle oefen, jy sien die intensiteit waarmee hulle oefen, en ja, so dis maar net ons gee hulle geleentheid nou, en ja, by die afbreekpunte, ek dink dit gaan 'n ongelooflike stryd wees by die afbreekpunte, hulle is baie goed, daarmee hulle is goed in verdediging ook, ek dink hulle is die span wat die heel meeste verdedig het in die kompetisie so ver, so ja, ek dink dit gaan 'n titaniese stryd wees daar.
Guys, I think let's give everything an opportunity as well as a loose forward to comment on that. The breakdowns from your perspective, Ulrich.
Ja, kyk, nee, ons weet hoe lyk hulle los trio. Baie goed, baie gevaarlik as mens hulle kans en spasie gee. So ek dink ons gaan maar voorberei om nie vir daai geleenthede te gee nie. So ek dink as ons werk en ons preparasie goed doen, moet ons maar net execute die naweek.
Percy?
So, baie dankie Zina, ek sê vir jou baie dankie. Jacques, is altyd moeilik om aan die einde van 'n perskonferensie te dink aan enige vraag van al die vrae wat is gevra. So ek wil net verder wees teen jou kollega Dion Davids en Malcolm Marx. So ek gaan weer die vraag vra wat ek gister gevra het en jy verwag seker hierdie vraag Jacques. Jacques, kan ek jou vra? Jy het al deurgangs sedert jou aanstelling het jy baie duidelik gesê, jy probeer altyd so ver as moontlik, so transparant as moontlik te wees waar jy kan. Jy probeer ook altyd nie fokus op eksterne vrae oor druk wat buite kan kom nie, maar jy fokus op druk wat binne in die groep aangegaan het. Kan ek jou vra, as jy bekommerd oor die persepsie oor jou span na aanleiding van wat die naweek gebeur het, en was daar enige rede vir Jacques Nienaber, vir Rassie Erasmus om moontlik net jou afvaardiging waarvan jy die hoof van die afvaardiging is, te herinner van die rol, die mandaat wat jy dra, dat die feit dat jy ambassadeurs is en die feit dat jy rolmodelle vir Suid-Afrikaners is?
Percy, ek baie jammer, but this question is related directly to Elton. We said we're not answering anything relating to it. So if you have a different question, we can entertain that. But Percy, we're not going to get into that, unfortunately.
I did not once mention Elton's name, Zina.
Yeah, but you are insinuating that, Percy. So if you have another question, there's 4 other hands up at the moment.
Jacques, as jy vol vertroue dat jou span gefokus is ondanks alle eksterne druk van buitekant?
Jy het opgebreek, jou vraag was, is ek vol vertroue dat ons span die eksterne druk sal kan hanteer?
Dat jy
ek dink dis wat jy gevra het na ja, dat ons gefokus is. Ja, yes, Percy, soos ek al baie gesê, daar's druk met enige nasionale span. Of met die Springbokke is daar altyd baie druk, maar daar's 2 tipes druk. Daar's druk van buite af. Kan ons dit beheer? Nee, ons kan nie. Daar's druk van binne af. Ons eie druk wat ons op mekaar sit. Jy weet, die druk wat 'n afrigter op 'n speler sit wat sy derde toets speel, derde toets. En hy speel weg van die huis af teen Argentina. Ons weet daar gaan baie druk in daai wedstryd wees en daar gaan baie verwagtinge in daai wedstryd wees. So daar's maar daai druk daaroor kan ons iets doen. En dis die druk waarop ons fokus. Die eksterne druk, wat dit ook al is, as dit beserings is of dit is bespiegelinge of wat ook al, ons kan nie daai druk beheer nie. Ek bedoel dit, maar die druk intern kan ons beheer en dis waarop ons fokus. Die goed waar ons probeer ons energie insit in die goed wat ons kan verander. Dit wat ons nie kan verander nie, dit is wat dit is.
Simon?
Kan ek opvra?
Kan ons net vir Simon kry asseblief, Percy?
Dankie Zina, goeiemôre. Dis 'n enkel vraag vir Jacques en een dan vir Ulrich. Jacques, ek wil net seker maak, jy het gepraat oor kontinuïteit van die span, maar dit is bykans benewens die 2 veranderings op die bank, is dit dieselfde span wat jy gehad het vir die laaste wedstryd teen Australië, en jy praat van kontinuïteit. Ek is 'n bietjie verward, want gister, toe Dion Davids ook hieroor gepraat het, verlangs daaroor gepraat het, hy gepraat van die anderster tipe speel, die anderster tipe spelpatroon wat Argentinië kort het, en ons weet daarvan, en ons is bewus daarvan, dit is nie 'n nuwe ding nie. Gaan julle met ander woorde oorweeg om julle spelpatroon aan te pas, want julle gebruik een span Australië en dieselfde span vir Argentinië. Dan sal ek sal wag dat jy klaar antwoord, en dan sal ek gou net by Ulrich opvolg. Dankie.
Ja, nee, wat as ek bedoel in terme van kontinuïteit en seleksie, dan is dit half die kombinasies tussen ons eie spelers. Jy weet, Jaden wat saam met Damian Willemse speel. Ek dink nie hulle het voor verlede week saam gespeel nie, in terme van 'n 9-10 begin. So ek praat van daai kombinasies in terme van kontinuïteit en seleksie. Ja, en ons kan altyd, ek dink soos wat 'n ou kon sien, miskien as ek jou terugvat, Britse en Ierse leeu's, eerste toets na die tweede toets, World Cup semifinaal Wallis na Engeland in die finaal, Australië eerste toets na Australië se tweede toets. Jy weet, ons kan altyd klein veranderingkies maak in ons spelpatroon, wat dan vir ons wat dan vir ons ander resultate op die veld kan gee. So, en jy is 100% reg, Argentina bring bietjie iets anders. So ek dink ons sal bietjie veranderinge in ons spelpatroon moet aanbring om hulle tipe spel te kan verdedig. Of die hok in te slaan. Maar ja, nee, wat ek bedoel het met kontinuïteit en seleksie is die begin 15-tal. Die kombinasies wat daar is, dis waarna ek verwys het.
Guys, we are running out of time. We've literally got a minute left. So I know, Simon, you had a question for Elrich in Afrikaans.
Ja, ek wil net vinnig dankie Zina, net vinnig klaarmaak met Elrich. Elrich, by die bulle speel jy 'n baie groot rol ook wat lynstaanwerk aan betref. Gister ook Dion Davids heelwat melding daarvan gemaak. Die las sal sekerlik ook op jou skouers wees as jy speeltyd kry. Wat sal jy vir kies 6, 7 of 8, want jy sal die middelveld sekerlik ook moet oppas. Dankie.
Ja, nee, kyk Simon, op hierdie stadium waar ek nie wat op my rug is nie, wat se nommer op my rug is nie. Ek wil net op die veld wees, so nee, ek is nie regtig gepla wat se posisie ek opgaan nie. Ek is gemaklik met 7 en 8. Ek het nog nie regtig op 6 geoefen nie. Maar ja, dit maak nie vir my baie saak tussen daai twee posisies waarop ek opgaan nie.
And then guys, we are going to close off with the last question. We are out of time already. Stephen, I see you also had a question for Elrich.
Ja, dankie Zee. Elrich, in 'n wedstryd soos hierdie, jy weet Argentinië dink ek, een ding waarna hulle skitter is hulle werkverrigting. En is dit 'n groot ding wat ek dink julle as 'n kollektief ook na die game wil bring. Jy weet, veral as ek kyk na die losverspelers in terme van work rate en dan het jou gedagtes oor die ondersteuning ook wat jy van Dwayne by die oefenveld kry.
Ja, net op haar eerste vraag. Kyk, ek dink hierdie week is dit vir ons 'n groot fokus. Of eintlik elke week is dit vir ons 'n groot fokus oor ons battles en ons werkverrigting. So ek dink nie veel gaan verander in ons mindset teenoor dit nie. Ons almal weet ons moet onsself in battles kry deur die wedstryd soveel as moontlik en die res gaan na homself kyk. En dan op jou tweede vraag, ja, ek obviously het ek al baie geleer van Dwayne en manne soos Pieter Steff en Eben en Franco. Maak nie saak waar of ek nie in die span is nie en of ek in die span is. Hulle sal altyd help en altyd daar wees om raad te gee en om amper al soos 'n spons in te suig van hulle af.
Great, thank you guys. Thanks, Jacques and Elrich. Guys, sorry, unfortunately we have run out of time. I'll be sending out the recording shortly, so can I please ask that you just remove yourself from the meeting once we wrap up so that we can get the recording out as quickly as possible. Thanks for your time and have a lovely day. Cheers.
Dankie.
Yes. Geluk manne.
Dankie.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how you can watch all the Rugby Championship this weekend, including the important games. Well, I'm trying to decide which game is more important. I was going to say the important game, which is South Africa versus Argentina. New Zealand versus Australia, equally as important. And very much the Rugby Championship could go either way, which I mean, definitely the most exciting Rugby Championship we've ever had. But the question, obviously, in every single live stream, every single week, is how can I watch all the action? And the worst thing you could possibly do is rely on a bootleg stream, a legal stream, and stuff like that. Trying to watch illegal streams on YouTube, which will always go take it down, stuff like that. So this is a bit of a guide on how you can make sure that you can watch all the action for as little as possible. Now, unfortunately, there are no free-to-air broadcasts for this weekend. However, there are a couple of workarounds where you can watch the match without having to pay any subscription fees. Before we sort of tell you exactly how to do it, please do subscribe to the channel. Please do smash like on the video as well. Now, as usual, we recommend downloading ExpressVPN. You know, a lot of people have downloaded, they subscribe to a yearly subscription, and then every single week we do a guide on how you can watch your sort of rugby action, stuff like that. Which your broadcasters, which are the cheapest broadcasters, where you can watch for free. For example, it's going to be a lot of URC action, which will be on free-to-air broadcasts, to be able to watch some of the URC action on those. But a lot of the time you need to be able to sort of watch from different locations, you know, where certain broadcasters and streaming services are geolocated and geo-blocked. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN. There's links in the description below. So go and get that sorted. And then you're going to open up ExpressVPN. It'll look something like this. And then depending on where you're going to be watching the game or what service you're going to be watching, you're going to connect to... So for example, for this one, we're going to be watching Stan Sport. So you're going to press the three buttons over here. It'll pop something come up here with all the different countries. You're going to go select Australia. And then you're going to turn it on. And that's very important. So once you turn it on, for example... we are then going to be using Stan Sport. Now, the nice thing about Stan Sport is that there is a 7-day free trial. So if you were to sign up today, for example, it will include today and this weekend. If you were to wait until Saturday for the South Africa versus Argentina game, then you'll be able to reuse that next weekend for the final weekend of Rugby Championship. All you need for Stan Sport is an email address, and then you can just Google an Australian postal code. Now, the nice thing, for example, is that even if you've done this trial before, you can redo it with a different email address. So, yeah, go and sign up for a 3-day trial. It is 7 days. The entire sort of the Stan service is 30 days, but the Stan Sport itself is a 7-day free trial. Or else you can actually subscribe to Stan, which is not particularly expensive. And the nice thing is you can subscribe and you can share the details with, I think it's up to 3 or 4 people, depending on your subscription. So I think you can actually end up paying, I think it's like 60 Rand for the month, you and like 2 other friends or whatever, and you can watch all the action for the rest of the month. That's what we were sort of encouraging people to do early in the tournament, so to get that sort of arrangement going. But Stan Sport's definitely your cheapest bet in terms of how to watch the rugby. Other broadcasts include Flow Rugby. For that, what you're going to do is you're going to open up ExpressVPN, which, as you can see, is connected to Australia server. We're then going to pop up. I'm going to go down to USA. Then you can watch Flow Rugby. If you're in the UK, you can change it to the UK and watch on Sky Sports. So you can find various different broadcasters and choose which one you want to subscribe to. As I said, there are lots of free trials out there, which is a nice way to sort of watch the game without actually having to pay any subscription fees. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. As I said, get yourself a ExpressVPN, get yourself a year subscription, because we do videos every week. How to watch the end of year tour, which is going to be on Amazon Prime, for example. So, which is very cheap, but not necessarily available in South Africa and certain parts. We'll be doing videos on how to watch the Challenge Cup, the Champions Cup, the URC, Currie Cup, you name it. We'll be doing videos on it. The World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, the cricket and stuff like that. So there's so many various ways you can watch sport with a VPN. It unlocks a whole new possibility of consuming sport, and you don't have to worry about sort of illegal streams that are going to get taken down. You'll be watching on legitimate broadcasters for the time. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
Bueno, bienvenidos a todos a la conferencia de prensa del anuncio de equipo. ¿Me escuchan bien en el Zoom? ¿Los que están conectados? Perfecto. Bueno, arrancamos acá.
Michael, para empezar, los 23 confirmados optaron por Bello para empezar como derecho. ¿Qué vieron en él? ¿Cómo llega el equipo a este partido contra el Sport?
Sì, penso che per il discorso di Bello, che su curva del mejoramento è molto bueno. Penso che sta ancora mucho a imparare per Eduardo, e questo partido è un momento, un'esperienza importante in su evolución como jugador, per empezar una partita contra Sudáfrica, que tiene probablemente uno de mejores scrum en el rugby mundial. En el test para él, estamos muy confiantes, tenemos mucha confianza en él. como dice, muy buena experiencia, y pienso que necesitamos hacer esto para nuestros jugadores. ¿Sí? I think Togo might be a better place to talk más para detalle sobre Scrum. Para el equipo, hacemos una muy buena semana, con toda la semana que entramos. Está acá, ver ese entrenamiento. Estoy contento con todos. Estamos, pienso, listo, claro de cosa necesitamos hacer contra Sudáfrica tácticamente. Ahora es un entrenamiento más, jugar. Alejo. Sorry, I'm 100% with that one. Was it just the position of, after the position of New Zealand, still winning the championship? Estoy pensando, sí, de este partido, no el campeonato, ¿ok? Porque en un campeonato così, 6 partidos, cada vez es importante, muy importante, porque no podemos arribar a la fine, al objetivo, sin ganar o sin hacer una prestación muy buena sábado contra Sudáfrica. So, una va por lado. Is that right? One goes to the other. Sí, necesitamos esta semana per pensar la semana próxima, pero no pensar la semana próxima o el campeonato, solo de cosas está diferente de nosotros.
En cuestión estratégica, dos cuestiones que me generan intriga. Resolver el tema del contacto con un equipo que es el más fuerte o uno de los más fuertes del mundo como Sudáfrica, ¿qué se puede hacer ahí? Y después con el uso del pie, que vimos a los sudafricanos que no tienen problema en patear atacando en 22.
Sí. Bueno, es seguro que en equipo que juego de set piece, scrum, maul, pues no solo en juego de pie, más en juego de territorio. Ganar el territorio es jugar en el territorio adversario. So, tenemos 2 o 3 cosas que pensemos que donde tácticamente si usamos en táctico così está per cambiar cosa quieren Sudáfrica, so, territorio o lanzamiento. No es que hablemos mucho de táctico acá, otherwise anunciamos todos al adversario, pero es una cosa, planificación de táctica es algo hacerlo en la cancha. Siempre tener un esquema, una estrategia, pero en la cancha, reacción a cosa pasa, porque no se sabe nunca qué puede pasar en el cancha. Does everyone understand what I'm talking about?
Perfecto.
Sorry,
No,
Max.
estoy contento con las prácticas de los forwards en esta semana. Vi que hicieron especial énfasis en lo que es mol, defensa de mol.
Sí, como hablamos recién, sabemos que Sudáfrica, su poderío es eso, los forwards, ¿sí? Hoy para mí es uno de los packs más poderosos del mundo, lo demostraron ganando la Copa del Mundo, ganando la serie con Lions. Y el desafío es grande, pero también es una oportunidad para un aprendizaje y para seguir creciendo nosotros con esto que queremos llevar adelante, con los forwards que empiecen a a tener buenas sensaciones, tener partidos que realmente podamos dominar. Y yo creo que el desafío es grande para poder seguir buscando esa continuidad que estamos buscando con ese pack de forward, lo que es el scrum, lo que es el maul, lo que es el line. Y es parte también de lo que entrenamos toda la semana. Y yo creo que esta semana fue muy buen entrenamiento. Ayer lo pudimos plasmar a lo que es por ahí el entrenamiento de alta, donde lo hacemos al 100%. Así que de ese lado nos queda un entrenamiento más para ajustar algunos detalles, pero con buenas sensaciones.
Line contra un mall como el de Sudáfrica, se pelea en las alturas, se espera abajo, es líderes, ¿cómo vieron eso?
Sí, como te decía, el desafío es grande porque tienen una obtención muy buena, defienden muy bien, ellos confían mucho en su plan de juego, que es ese, tener muy sólidas formaciones fijas, ensuciar bien las pelotas, defender muy bien ese sector, es donde ellos realmente vienen a buscarnos, y estoy convencido de eso, pero no quita el foco a lo que nosotros queremos hacer, ¿sí? Desde que nos juntamos la primera vez para la serie de Escocia, el proceso, los objetivos son los mismos, se van ajustando partido a partido, por ahí un detalle a una prioridad un poquito más que otra, dependiendo cómo vamos creciendo y lo que nos vamos encontrando el fin de semana, pero estamos muy focalizados en lo que nosotros queremos hacer y cómo lo queremos hacer.
No sé si me toca a mí, pero bueno, sí, quería consultar
una presencial.
Están preguntando ya.
No, el juego que claro que Sudaf juega muy diferente que el Australia o Nueva Zelanda. Siempre está en dinámico entre los dos equipos. El dinámico entre nosotros y Sudáfrica es diferente que el dinámico entre nosotros y Nueva Zelanda o Australia. Es siempre importante para nosotros a prepararse, no de nuestro juego, cómo queremos jugar, ¿right? Pensando seguramente del adversario, pero en el equilibrio en final entre imponer nuestro juego, tipo de juego, estilo de juego, contra ellos, pero para cambiar un poquito como reacción, por ejemplo, de Sudaf, en este caso. Y pues ellos van a hacer lo mismo que a nosotros. Entonces, cómo defendemos, cómo si tratemos de solución en partido, pero cosa si mira del adversario. Esto es importante que no es seguro que no está perfecto esta semana si juega contra el campeón del mundo, ¿ok? Pero cómo se reacciona nosotros en el momento difícil y cuánto bueno el resultado termina. Yeah, you understand that? Sort of. It's kind of. Do you want me to speak in English? Would you like me to speak in English? Be better if it's clearer for you. You got it? Okay.
Uno de los puestos que más fuiste variando fue el de Scrum. Bertranú, Cueli, Basambele, Bertranú. Eso es porque esa decisión la adaptás de acuerdo a lo que ves en la semana, de acuerdo al rival, porque estás todavía.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how you can watch all the Rugby Championship this weekend, including the important games, well, I'm trying to decide which game is more important. I was going to say the important game to South Africa versus Argentina. New Zealand versus Australia, equally as important, and very much the rugby championship could go either way, which I mean, definitely the most exciting rugby championship we've ever had. But the question, obviously, in every single live stream, every single week, is how can I watch all the action? And the worst thing you could possibly do is rely on a bootleg stream, a legal stream, and stuff like that. Trying to watch illegal streams on YouTube, which will always go take it down, stuff like that. So this is a bit of a guide on how you can make sure that you can watch all the action for as little as possible. Now, unfortunately, there are no free-to-air broadcasts for this weekend. However, there are a couple of workarounds where you can watch the match without having to pay any subscription fees. Before we sort of tell you exactly, please do subscribe to the channel. Please do smash a like on the video as well. Now, as usual, we recommend downloading ExpressVPN. You know, a lot of people have downloaded, they subscribe to a yearly subscription, and then every single week we do a guide on how you can watch your sort of rugby action, stuff like that. Which your broadcasters, which are the cheapest broadcasters, where you can watch for free. For example, it's going to be a lot of URC action, which will be on free-to-air broadcasts, to be able to watch some of the URC action on those. But a lot of the time you need to be able to sort of watch from different locations, you know, where certain broadcasters and streaming services are geolocated and geo-blocked. So first things first, you're going to download ExpressVPN. There's links in the description below. So go and get that sorted. And then you're going to open up ExpressVPN. Let's do something like this. And then depending on where you're going to be watching the game or what service you're going to be watching, you're going to connect to... So for example, for this one, we're going to be watching Stan Sport. So you're going to press the three buttons over here. And it'll pop something come up here with all the different countries. You're going to go select Australia. And then you're going to turn it on. And that's very important. So once you turn it on, for example, we are then going to be using Stan Sport. Now, the nice thing about Stan Sport is that there is a 7-day free trial. So if you were to sign up today, for example, it will include today and this weekend. If you were to wait until Saturday for the South Africa versus Argentina game, then you'll be able to reuse that next weekend for the final weekend of Rugby Championship. All you need for Stan Sport is an email address, and then you can just Google an Australian postal code. Now, the nice thing, for example, is that even if you've done this trial before, you can redo it with a different email address. So, yeah, go and sign up for a 3-day trial. It is 7 days. The entire sort of the Stan service is 30 days, but the Stan Sport itself is a 7-day free trial. Or else you can actually subscribe to Stan, which is not particularly expensive. And the nice thing is you can subscribe and you can share the details with, I think it's up to 3 or 4 people, depending on your subscription. So I think you can actually end up paying, I think it's like 60 Rand for the month, you and like 2 other friends or whatever, and you can watch all the action for the rest of the month. That's what we were sort of encouraging people to do early in the tournament, so to get that sort of arrangement going. But Stan Sport's definitely your cheapest bet in terms of how to watch the rugby. Other broadcasts include Flow Rugby. For that, what you're going to do is you're going to open up ExpressVPN, which, as you can see, is connected to Australian server. We're then going to pop up. I'm going to go down to USA. Then you can watch Flow Rugby. If you're in the UK, you can change it to the UK and watch on Sky Sports. So you can find various different broadcasters and choose which one you want to subscribe to. As I said, there are lots of free trials out there, which is a nice way to sort of watch the game without actually having to pay any subscription fees. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. As I said, get yourself a ExpressVPN, get yourself a year subscription, because we do videos every week. How to watch the end of year tour, which is going to be on Amazon Prime, for example. So, which is very cheap, but not necessarily available in South Africa and certain parts. We'll be doing videos on how to watch the Challenge Cup, the Champions Cup, the URC, Currie Cup, you name it. We'll be doing videos on it. The World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, the cricket and stuff like that. So there's so many various ways you can watch sport with a VPN. It unlocks a whole new possibility of consuming sport, and you don't have to worry about sort of illegal streams that are going to get taken down. You'll be watching on legitimate broadcasters for the time. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Hello. Yep, that's working. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. We are live, and it is kickoff in just over half an hour between the Springboks and Argentina. Springboks looking to try and keep their rugby championship hopes alive, and to do that, they will need to basically win by a bonus point tonight. So, we've got to go out. We've got to start well. We've got to be very good tonight, but still plenty of time for a bit of build-up and stuff like that. We're talking about the teams. We're going to be looking at the selection calls that each management has made. We're going to be looking at some of the odds and stuff like that, because I'm very proud to announce that this stream is being brought to you by BetCoza, who are the official betting partners of Forever Sports. And there are some really, really good bets out there to be made. So what I'm asking you to do is, if you'd like to bet on the game, please go check the description. I'm going to put a link in the chat as well. And go and put some money down and back the box to win. We're going to go through the lineups. We're going to go through some of the odds and stuff like that, and where they could be potentially valued. But a massive thank you to BetCoza for coming on board, and for keeping the channel going, and for powering this watch along. I think it's going to be a very fun watch along. I think we're going to have a lot of good action. Hopefully we're going to have a very nice game, and hopefully we will see the Springboks coming out on top. And I think that it's been such a muddy week off field for the Springboks. You know, the Alton Yankee scandal is obviously still hanging over the Boks head, but also we've now seen the whole drug scandal, which was also now suddenly hanging over their head. And basically what's happened is that they've actually been forced, SA Rugby have been forced to put out a statement denying this article, which potentially is apparently going to be appearing tomorrow, which is basically apparently listing that certain players were found guilty of using recreational drugs. SA Rugby coming out and denying that report. So lots and lots of off-field issues, but on the field, the Boks have got to be good tonight. They've got to be on song. They've got to really pitch up and play if they want to potentially win the rugby championship. Because, yeah, unfortunately, you know, that loss, I would say more the loss against New Zealand was the frustrating one. I think if we had beaten New Zealand, the rugby championship, we almost have one hand on it right now. You know, in a position where winning tonight would have been basically almost guaranteeing, not guaranteeing, but yeah, would have basically had us in pole position to win the rugby championship. But it is still in our sort of our hands. You know, a bonus point victory puts us even with New Zealand. So at the end of the day, you've got to control what you can control, and the only thing that we can control is our results. Which means that if you go out tonight and you win with the bonus point, you go out next weekend, you win with the bonus point. If you lose in points difference, so be it. You know, that's on what New Zealand did and what Australia did. But you know, from a Springbok perspective, go out and get the results. And you can't ask anything more than that. Yeah, so in terms of I'm trying to decide where I want to start. Let's look at some of the odds. So as I said, BetCoza are our official betting partner, and these are some of the odds that they've got on for this game. I personally see a lot of value in the handicap match winner there, South Africa minus 8.5, which basically means that South Africa need to win by more than 8.5 points for that bet to come good. 1.83 odds there. That's where I've got a bet going on there. As I said, please make sure that you download sign up for BetCoza. Link in the description. Trying to make it a bit bigger so you can see it. And yeah, so go to the link in the description. And yeah, the plan is basically we're going to be doing a lot of various things with BetCoza. We're going to have free bets that we're going to give out. So we're going to do some score predictions, hopefully, and then we can give out some free bets for people to use. We're going to be looking at hopefully doing some exclusive sort of Forever Sports, potentially like boosts and stuff like that. So yeah, and that's a big thing for BetCoza. So those are some of the odds stuff out there. If you want to start going in and getting your bets locked in, there's so many different things that you can go on. So yeah, so I think that handicap match winner is quite an interesting one. I also think that from a points perspective, I don't think that points overs and unders. I reckon that we could probably be under 51.5. I think that's not a bad shout either. Not much value in betting for a South African victory. But what could be an interesting one is how often do we start quite slowly? So that whole idea of being behind at half time and then going ahead is an interesting idea. However, it is quite a different sort of team. And I think I'm very interested to see how this goes, this match, because I think that, as I said, the Boks have been perennial slow starters, but you know, at the same time, I think the team that we've named tonight doesn't get much better. I personally think that we are very close to our strongest team of available players. You know, I think that there's obviously still arguments for people like Evan Rose coming in. Obviously, you know, we're missing Quickly Aronson, we're missing Chase and Colby. Spirit Corsi hopefully comes back. Andre Pollard. But in terms of available players, I don't think there's anybody who's not in the 23 who's available with the squad that you sit there going, how is he not there? I do think that they have rewarded a lot of form. I think something like Franco Mostert, for example, who's kind of basically dislodged PSDF the toy at the moment, basically, and I think that's a good thing. You sit there saying PSDF the toy, who's obviously still a phenomenal rugby player, he's a former World Player of the Year, but nobody is exempt from being dropped. And if you can drop the World Player of the Year, well, I think he obviously does have a few injury issues as well. Then I think it breeds very healthy competition. And same thing in the same line in a Franco Mostert perspective, for example, you play well, you keep your jersey, and whilst they do want to rotate and they do want to give people chances, stuff like that, we've got to win games, and that's always the big balancing act, isn't it? I think it's how much do you want? What are you willing to sacrifice in the pursuit of giving players game time? Because some people are sitting there saying, you've got to get the new generation going, you've got to give players opportunities, and then you do and you lose and everybody has a meltdown. So it's always that constant balancing act of being able to give players opportunities while still trying to get the results, because at the end of the day, you lose 4 or 5 games in a row as a Springbok management, and all of a sudden you're placed under scrutiny. You might not keep your job and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that it's important to I don't know how you find that balance. I personally think that for example, like Albert Logan getting a cap tonight, hopefully, well, another cap, is a nice way. But I think that there's an opportunity next week, for example, to be played. What I keep saying, what I've been saying, people are saying that what I've been saying to people is just be patient, because we've got the end of year tour, and I think that if you can just wait till we get there, those SAA, SA Select games are the perfect opportunity to play a very much second side. So then you can play a loose trio of Evan Roos, Ulrich Lowe, and who else wants to get an opportunity? Marco Verstappen if he comes back into the side, for example, or Reynald Elstad. And you can play a halfback combination of a new flower half, you bring somebody in, like you bring in a Chris Smith or whatever. Then you can get, them playing with Grant Williams. You can get games to Grant Williams. You can get Herschel Yankees and say, right, show us you still want to be a Springbok. So that's, I think, the biggest thing. It's about finding the times to try and to do it. So I think hopefully the end of your tour will be an interesting one to do. But yeah, in terms of the lineups for today, I think it's a pretty strong one. But we're going to start with the Argentinian lineup, and lots of experience being brought in as well in the forms of something like Augustin Preview. But in case you missed the team, this is how Argentina will be lining up in just less than half an hour when kickoff does get underway. Yeah, so it's a very good Argentinian side. And I think the biggest thing when it comes to Argentina is we never know what Argentina is going to pitch up, isn't it? You know, it's a case of we know that I think Argentina are one of those sides that on their day could lose to could beat any team in the world, and on their day could lose to any team in the world. You know, I think that they're a side that could very well go and beat Ireland or France or whatever, and then the next week lose to Italy. You know, it's a very strange dynamic. If you are looking to watch the game, then please check out the description. So we did a whole guide on how to watch the game, stuff like that. So you can use ExpressVPN and you can go and sign up for a free trial on Stan Sport, which is the week trial. So if you go to sign up today, you'll be able to watch this game as you will as next week's game as well. So that's how you can go and follow all the action. Make sure that you go and get that all sorted. You're going to put a poll on in the comments. Who do you think will win? Option A, the Springboks or the PUMAS? Los PUMAS. And please, can we just not see that Los PUMAS side that can be any team in the world? I'm not here for it. I'm not here to suddenly go and see a Michael Jacob masterclass. You know, we need to see the Boks going out and dominating Argentina like we have many years up until now. That's what we've got to see. But yeah, as I said, a reminder to go and get involved with BetCoza. They've got some very cool bet boosts going. As I said, if they will give you 100% of your deposit bonus in a free bet up to 1,000 rand. So go and sign up for BetCoza. Go and get betting. As I said, there's quite a lot of really interesting bets there. There's a couple of bets. Quite interesting to see the try scorers bets, for example. So if you sort of scroll down here, these are the anytime try scorers. So Kane and Moody and Maxwell Mapimpi, obviously, as you'd imagine, are your odds-on favorites to score a try at any time. So they're 2.1 to score a try at any time. Malcolm Marks also at 2.2, obviously in the back of a more there. Very much more favored before the likes. It's funny, isn't it? You know how hookers have suddenly become. Not only suddenly become, but very much, very recently. I mean, I think it was Malcolm Marks, our second highest try scorer last year, or third highest try scorer last year. Interesting that Faf de Klerk is actually rated so highly to score a try, coming off the bench. But yeah, I mean, so those are some of the bets you can do as well. You can do anytime try scorers. Who's the least likely to score a try? Yo, they disrespect props, so they don't rate them. Poor lads. I mean, where's Frans Malherbe? How is Frans Malherbe more likely to score a try than Eben Etzebeth? That's mental. But yeah, the bookies always know something we don't. So those are some of the bets you can get involved in. As they go and sign up for BetCoza, who are sponsoring today's show. And the kickoff is happening in just over 15 minutes, so still a bit of time and stuff like that. We're going to start looking at score predictions a bit later. We're going to start seeing where everybody's at. Yeah, 21:10 is the official kickoff time. If you're on South African Standard Time, depending on where you are in the world, obviously it will change. But basically, you've got 15 minutes to get your beers. You've got 15 minutes to get your snacks. You've got 15 minutes to get yourself sorted. If you're looking to stream the game, check the description. There are instructions on how you can watch the game. Go and use ExpressVPN. It's very useful to be able to watch lots of different rugby. So we do use it. I watch top 14 on it. And we do videos every single week on exactly how you can watch the various competitions using ExpressVPN. So I recommend going and getting the year subscription. And it works, you know. And then you can watch all the various sport all around the world. For example, I know that you can watch, I think it's Canelo this weekend, the fight stuff. You can watch that for free. Use ExpressVPN. There's football. There's ways to watch football for free. So there's lots of different sports you can watch for free on ExpressVPN. So that's why we recommend you go and sort yourself there. But yeah, how are we feeling? So to the Block fans and the Argentina fans, if there are any in the comments, it would be quite cool if there were. How are you guys feeling? Also, welcome Colleen Daniels, the latest member to the Forever Sports Members Club. We've got 244 votes so far in our poll, so keep those votes coming. A reminder in terms of how this will all work is that we have got this Watchalong, which will run until the end of the game, obviously, and then we will have the player rating show. And what basically happens then is that we move on to a new stream, and we basically go through all the players, and you give them a rating of 1 through to 10, and then it aggregates it to the 0.5, and then we're going to award a man of the match as well. So we choose our own man of the match, which is very cool. It's very interactive. It's probably one of my favorite shows in a week. Is that is the player rating show, because we get to we really get to have a chat and stuff like that. And it's quite interesting to sort of see what everybody's sort of feeling is, because obviously, like, you'll watch a game and you'll think this guy had a really good game, and somebody might watch the same game and think he was hopeless. So I always find it interesting to see what people do notice, what people don't notice, and to get different perspectives. And that's what this channel is all about. This community is all about. It's different perspective. It's people from around the world coming into one place and watching rugby. Right, I would like to do a check-in to see where everybody's watching from, and see some of the comments over here. Time and Ted just saying, I wouldn't listen to anything SA Rugby Mag says after finding out their relationship with Mark O'Hain. Yeah, listen, that publication has a lot of pressure at the moment. I think it's pretty poor. I think it's very sad what's become. Me again talking about Frans Mahova, his balls to the ground. Yeah, but let's do a check-in. I want to know where you're watching from. You know, we've almost been able to tick off every single continent. So I'm seeing Northampton, the UK. I'm seeing Joburg. I'm seeing Cape Town. There we go, Los Angeles. So we're already across 3 different continents, 3 different countries, 4 different countries. There, somebody from Dundee in Scotland. Grandmaster, if you're trying to watch the game, check the description. They've got instructions on how you can watch the game and sort it out. Because if I show any match footage, I'll be taken down very quickly, and I quite like doing this. Like, it's quite fun. I'd rather not just throw away this entire channel that's taken us 2 years to build up. Adelaide, Australia, Pretoria down the road. Somebody's watching from Joburg as well. There we go, Mexico, Ecuador. I mean, this is what I love it. UAE, Glasgow, Bankcats in the wilderness. We've got something from Stockholm, Cape Town. Oh, we've got some of these slummies. Longku says, load shedding in my town, 4-hour blocks, no game for us. Thanks for this from Japan. What? From Japan in load shedding. Interesting. Belito, I'm actually going to be in Belito on Tuesday. Fun fact, by the way, we are going down. I go down on Tuesday. We're going to be spending the week in Durban next week. Following the box around, obviously all the press conferences, all the build-up. So we will have some exclusive content coming to you next week, all coming out of Durban, which is going to be quite cool. It'd be nice to get back on the road. We obviously were in Mbombela ahead of that test, so we'll be in Durban next week for the final home game of the season for the Boks, ahead of what's going to be a very, very busy end of year tour. And hopefully it'll be quite a nice couple of nice results there. But I'm seeing Nebraska, I'm seeing Italy, I'm seeing PE, or Qabeja now as it's known, Cape Town, Gaborone. Bratislava says from Kurt there. John's going to go watch the game next week in Durban. Enjoy that, John. I've actually never watched a game in Durban. My plan this season is to try and tick off every URC stadium. I need to go and watch a game in the Cape Town Stadium. I need to go watch a game at Kings Park. Because I've watched rugby at Soccer City. I've watched rugby at Ellis Park. Obviously, countless games at Ellis. I've watched in, obviously, Loftus quite a few. Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium, I've watched quite a few. Where else have I watched rugby? Is that it? Yeah, it probably is, you know. So yeah, I'd like to do like a bit of a Forever Sports tour during the URC. Go down to Cape Town, watch a URC game. Maybe we'll do it in January. We can watch a bit of the SA20 as well. That'll actually be a very good idea, Steve. Well done. That's good thinking. But yeah, seeing somebody from Soweto, Canada. Welcome Thomas Berg, the latest member to the Forever Sports Members Club, as well as Keith, who I think was earlier. Herman watching from Casablanca. Savani Nado in Basel, Switzerland. Grant Swartz coming us from the desert. Donald's coming from Brahms. Oh, yep, I was about to say Lonky. That's a bit more, makes a bit more sense. I was about to be very confused at Japan having load shedding. So I think we are in every continent, by the way. We've done South America. Somebody was in Ecuador. We've got lots of people from Europe. We've got people from Australia. We've got or do we have Asia? Do we have Asia? Is anybody watching from Asia? I haven't seen Asia just yet. We're in Africa, South America, North America, Europe. In the Middle East, I suppose. Must be somebody in Asia. Come on, who's gonna take off Asia for us? It's like one of those like I want to be able to color in all the continents. So yeah, kickoff is in 10 minutes time, which means it's time to have a look at the South African team. If you haven't seen it already, then this is how we will be lining up. It's a very good Springbok side. I'm very happy with it. But if in case you did miss it, or if you've been living under a rock or whatever, this is the team that Jacques Nyobo has announced that will be running out in 10 minutes' time. Right, so that is the side that has just run out onto the stadium. Kickoff is in just 5 minutes. National anthems, and then we will be away, people. It is time. It is time. It is time. It is time. And yeah, as I said, before we get going, once again, a massive shout out to BetCodes who are sponsoring the stream. Link in the description. Go and get betting. We saw some of the odds there. I've got a bet on South Africa on the handicap at -8.5, and then they were able to cover the spread quite nicely. Look at that picture of festivity. We've got a full marching band there as the national anthem of South Africa gets under the way. We're in Buenos Aires. We've never lost a match in Buenos Aires. It's a stadium. It's a city where we've found a lot of success in the past. So if we were to lose, it would be the first time ever we would have lost in Buenos Aires. So go and vote on the poll as well. As I said, if you're looking to watch the match, check the description. We've got instructions on how to watch the match, but we will have our match tracker, which is going to looks a little bit like this, which will show you exactly where on the field everything's taking place, as well as what's going on. So that'll be live, as well as obviously a timer, scoreboard. We've got you covered. We've got you covered. And I think it is about time to open a beer and get stuck into a beverage. So wait, are you listening? Ah, isn't that just music to anyone's ears? It's a bit lukewarm, must have been. That needs to go into the fridge. Let me speak to the powers that be. Body closer on wood here. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Come on! And we're moving. Right, another Argentina anthem, and then we will have kick off. Right, Reynolds saying, just checking for South Africa to finish top of the log. Do we just need to win both Argentina games, or do we need Australia to beat All Blacks next week? Look, if we beat Argentina twice with a bonus point, and New Zealand lose to All Blacks, New Zealand lose to All Blacks, and New Zealand lose to Australia, we will win. If New Zealand win, for example, depends if they win with a bonus point. Then it comes to points difference and stuff like that. So there's a couple of things that need to happen for us to be able to win the rugby championship. But what I said earlier is it's about controlling what you can control. And we can't control what's going to happen next weekend, but we can control what's going to happen tonight. We can control what's going to happen in Durban next week. Going at 2 bonus point victories. And if you don't win the rugby championship with that, then you hold your hands up and you sit there saying, we gave it all, we won games, we just couldn't get over the line. And I think people can accept that, people can get behind that. But go and control what you can control. But first things first, we've got to try and win this game. We've got to win the game first, then worry about bonus point. At the end of the day, this is not an Argentina side to be written off. They are a quality side. They can play some pretty phenomenal rugby. It's also, as I said, it always depends on exactly what Argentina side does pitch up. But when they do get it right, they can get it very right. So hopefully we will. Hopefully they won't get it too right today. But almost 1,500 people have voted on the poll. We're going to close that quite soon just before kickoff. So let's try and see if we can get maybe to 2,000 votes. We're 267 likes. So please do smash a like on the video. Yeah, the subs are coming in, which is quite cool. So please make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. If you are new, we're trying to push to the road to 20,000 subs. So if we can keep doing this, maybe we could try and get close to 19,000 by the end of the evening, which would be pretty great. Also welcome Yolanda to the Premier Sports Members Club. We're against the All Blacks. Beat the Aussies. We have the Aussie Cup. Albie says the Boks need 2 bonus point wins with a 50-point win on Argentina because New Zealand don't lose at Eden Park. Yeah, that is the problem, is that they've gone back to Fortress Eden next week, which is going to give them a big boost. Jacques says the issue with the log at the moment is that even if we get the bonus point, we'll still need to get a better score margin. Yeah, look, I suppose, but the bonus point is scoring 3 tries more than your opponent. So you go and get a bonus point like that, chances are you've got a decent scoring margin. Yeah, and that's the whole reason for it. It's to encourage you to keep trying to score tries as opposed to scoring 4 tries and then sort of taking your foot off the gas. But yeah, Augustine Kreby. Fun fact, by the way, the combined ages of the 2 reserve hookers today is 72. How ludicrous is that? You've got Dion Fourie coming on at 35 years old as the reserve hooker for South Africa, and then you've got Augustine Kreby at 37 coming on for Argentina. Absolutely bizarre, but I think it shows you that the age in which you can play at the top level is getting older. And these are athletes. These are people who do hectic work with. I was gonna say do lots of work with dietitians. It could be too soon for that. Although those allegations are seemingly apparently very off the mark. But the anthems are finished, which means we can lock down the poll. So 1,648 people have voted, and they are going for a South Africa victory. 88% voting for South Africa. There's always that weird 1% somewhere. I don't know where it goes. I don't know where it goes. It's just it never adds up to 100. YouTube makes no sense. But yeah, as I said, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. Go and download VPN. You can go watch on a free trial using Stan Sport. So go and get that sorted out. But let's now get back to the rugby action. I'll just send the final words from them. So I'm just saying this is definitely not my first beer after the Bulls game. It is actually, and I'll tell you why. It's because I was horribly hungover earlier, and that I've now managed to get myself to a point where I can drink beer again. Because you can't watch Premier Rugby without beer. That's just the reality. But here we go. Kickoff is literally in the next few seconds. Santiago Carreras has got ball in hand. There goes the whistle. Argentina will be playing left to right. Springboks will receive the kickoff. And play is underway. And as has become quite a custom, they go down the middle of the park. And it's Damian Willemse with the first touch. And it's a good touch to him as well. Lots of pressure being exerted upon him. And they're desperately holding him up. His knees are on the ground, but I think a more has been called. So it will be turnover ball. That's not a good start. Well, that's a pretty terrible start. They just couldn't bring him down. That's fantastic. It's Marcus Kramer who's playing phenomenal rugby. Phenomenal at the moment. Gets their turnover, and all of a sudden it'll be an Argentina scrum inside the 22. So this is not a good start. Right, big scrum needed, yeah. Big scrum needed. And we're going to have a free kick. Well, there we go. That's a nice way to get out of jail there. Thank you. So it's a free kick. So we'll breathe a sigh of relief. Could have been a bit awkward. Not the way you want to start. David Willemse's first kick. It's not going to find touch. Oh, it's gone over the head. It's bounced inside. Quite nice. It's a good kick from Damian Willemse. The reply comes from Carreras. Back down the throat of Damian Willemse. Completely on his left. He kicks it high in the air. Brilliant chasing hard. Doesn't contest. And Carreras Kitsop was there, but not managed to get over the ball. Argentina working their way towards the left. First carry of the day from Thomas Lavanini. You'll see lots of carries from him. And slow ball here for Argentina. It's Gonzalo Bertano. We'll show before the box kick. It's quite a cool actually angle that's being used there. Even it's a bit there waiting for the instruction for the referee. Tested for Damian Willemse. Very good out the air. This time managing to get down. Jaden Henderson now will return the favor, bringing the ball to the back of the ruck to use. Right, you've got Kane and Moody chasing as well as Evan Etzebeth. The ball does bounce. Kane and Moody is around there. It's come loose, and Moody has managed to retain it, so Box retaining possession. Right, now Willemse going long to Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue shifting a bit, sees a bit of space. And they're going back for the knock-on. I thought there might have been a knock-on from Kane and Moody. They're fortunate there, so we'll go back for the scrum. I think the calls come from the side. But it's a nice start from Willemse. That's 2 good takes from the kick-off. I'm not convinced. It's difficult to see if it's actually off Moody or the Argentinian's hand, but yeah, I'm not getting a benefit of the doubt there. So we'll have another scrum. Hopefully we'll actually be able to get a scrum. Last time was a short-term free kick, or short-term penalty or free kick. So let's see what we're going to get now. Right, big scrum you needed, your lads. Come on, the lads. As I said, arguably the best front row in the world at the moment, the Springboks got. Let's see if they can really start to step their authority early. It's a penalty against them, so that's not a way to start. It's on the other side. It's against Francois Herbert. Well, it's a penalty for Argentina. They find touch just inside, or just outside the left 22. I don't think Francois Herbert agreed with that call. But a bit of early pressure here on the box. The first line of the day for anyone, actually. So, Julio Montoya. And they do contest. Goes bring it straight down. Pretty flat there. Phillips up quickly. Solid tackle. And he's landed right in front of Malcolm Marks, who thought it was having a go before the clean out arrived. That's really good lines being run by Argentina. That's a big tackle there being made. Montoya takes on Francois Herbert. He brings him down. Does very well to roll away as well. Oh, that's a nice hit there from Jesse Creel and Sia Khaleesi. Solid defense so far from the box. Argentina working their way towards the left. Now a kick ahead. Kane and Moody. It'll run out. Seemed very far infield. It's a bit tall. I don't quite know why he was where he was there. Was Kane and Moody. There's a lot of space. There's an intelligent kick, and all of a sudden they've put ourselves on the 5-meter line. So it's a pretty good start here from Argentina. It'll be a bit of a clutch line out needed here for Malcolm Marks. Four-man line out. Yeah, they go to Evan Etzebeth. Jane Henderson can't bring in the tackle because of the, or can't pop that there because the defender was up quite quickly. So no scrum off at the moment. Lotte Jager's going to have to go to Kitsoff to try and open up, try and get Hendricks out the bottom of the rucks. Now Jane Henderson once gives it to Francois Herbert. The fridge carrying up strongly. Trying to find a bit of an angle yet to use. I think Jaden Henderson now is going to look for the box kick. Hendricks won't find touch. Comes just inside the field. The big, long, strong chasing line there. Jesse Creel there makes a very good tackle. That's Damien Delendi. Bertrand up. That's a nice big hit to Maspavis. Good defense. So far, defensively, Box look up for it. Bit of a counter coming in there for Stephen Kitsoff. Penalty advantage from Franco Master. It's pretty poor from him. Arsenal shift to the left, and they've thrown it straight to Damien Delendi. So we'll go back for the penalty. So Springbok discipline hurting us a little bit early on. And the referee told him not to touch it, so just needs to listen there. I reckon we could see Argentina go for the points here. Emmanuel Bonfeli's got the ball in hand, which means he's just waiting for his kicking tee. Yeah, pretty silly there from Franco Master. Just no need to go into that. But so far, I'm really enjoying what I've seen from the defense. We've seen some really nice tackles being made. The defensive line looks very structured. We're up quite quickly. Right, Mariano Buffelli, who doesn't miss many. He's got a very, very trusty boot, this Buffelli. That's something we'd have to see from David Willemse if he's going to try and settle in at 10. We're going to have to find a goal kicker. But Buffelli, we've seen him kick very well throughout the Rugby Championship. His first attempt, just inside South African territory, probably around 50 meters on the angle. Slight angle, but pretty straight. As you can see where it is on the screen there. Probably in line with the right-hand touch line, just outside actually. It's taking quite a while to kick this year as Buffelli. It's coming inside, it's looking good, Yeah, he's turned, that's a great kick. Well, that's a big warning to the Springboks from a discipline point of view, that you can't afford to give away penalties inside your own half, because you've got a world-class goal kicker in Emmanuel Buffelli who will punish you. Right, Dane Phillips, the restart, going to the right-hand side. Okay, Moody was up, but managed to get the tackle. Carreras with the exit, doesn't find touch, goes down the throat to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse looking to run here, I think. Oh, it's a nice little step outside. He's support, but does manage to keep it inside. Inside to Jasper Wiese, the cannonball. Hendrickson to De Lendi, steps on the inside. De Lendi almost knew. Eventually brought down by Lavanini. But up to the 22, this is good effort. Now Villaroo gives it to Willemse. Willemse long pass out to Siya Khaleesi, finding himself out on the wings here. Siya Khaleesi, it's a strong carry by him. Brought down by his opposite number. Francois Herber now. This is good from the box. Hendrickson to Luot de Jager. Good chop tackle there coming from the captain of Argentina. Willemse thought about the inside ball going himself, but also quite strong in the tackle. Pick up and go from De Lendi. This is really good from the box. Now pick up and go from Drex Mapimpi. Up to the 5-meter line and a penalty advantage. Hendrickson going to Villaroo. Villaroo drifting, trying to get on the outside. Gives it to Kane Moody. Kane Moody under a lot of pressure there. And they're going to go back for the penalty. Now, decision time. It's right in front of the pole, so this is a guaranteed 3 points. Oh, sure, but the scoreboard is flipping. And yeah, thanks for that. And it do. I'm so used to having to do the score myself that it's right. So we will take the 3 points. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we're going to do. Obviously, first of all, you got to win the test match, don't you? So you got to take the points off. You got to get yourself in a position. But at the back of the mind, there will definitely be that that little voice just saying, "Got to get bonus point win." You know, bonus point win. So you need to score some tries. But that was a very nice passage of play. Going to some of the comments, Jacques said Willemse has a problem with points. Good technical player though. Carter said the box, the proper players and management. Thought Argentina had 3 points. Yeah, so I've just changed. I just adjusted the scoreboard. Yeah, I used to have to do the scoreboard all manually and stuff like that. So then you could decide where it was going to be. But now we pull in from a data provider, which is much better. So right in front of the polls, David Willemse puts that into the crowd. Springboks level things up. And more importantly, I think a lot of confidence will be taken from that passage of play. Getting over the advantage line, moving the ball from left to right. Strong start so far from South Africa. Deep, there's a lot of blood on the... Right, Carreras will get things back underway. Going down the center of the park once again. This will be a tester for Villaroo. And he's taken out in the air. Surely, Mr. Ref. No, nothing. But we do manage to keep possession. Hendrickson goes to Steven Kitsoff. Nice solid carry on the Ginger Ninja. Now Hendrickson will box kick our way up the field. Not looking for a fine touch. This is going to be contestable. Quite a few SA players there. The ball does bounce. Jasper Wiese is chasing after it. Jasper Wiese is on the run up towards the halfway line. Good work there from the number 8. Now Francois Herber. Hendrickson going to Willemse. Willemse pretty short to Luot de Jager. Good hands there from the big lock forward. Hendrickson wants quick ball, doesn't get it, so there's a penalty advantage for not rolling away. Now Villaroo, chip over the top. Chip and chase for De Lindy. De Lindy just cost National. Will go back for the penalty. That's it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now, decision time. Again, it's right in front of the poles. So this is definitely kickable. But again, got to win the test match first. Says Willemse has grown so much late. Love the way he's playing. 100%. Playing with so much confidence. I'm really enjoying it. Not sure everybody calls says, hey Steve, I'll be on Durban correspondence next weekend. I'll be at King's Park to see the clash. Enjoy that. I'll be in Durban on Tuesday actually. Well, Belito. I'm staying in Belito with my cousins. But yeah, so we'll be in Durban next week from Tuesday through to Friday, bringing you all the build-up, the press conferences. We'll be going to the stadium, which is going to be quite cool. I've never actually been to King's Park. So it'll be quite nice to have a time inside the stadium. You are taking the points here. So Willemse will have his second shot at goal. But so far, Argentina is struggling with the aerial battle. And at the end of the day, if you cannot nullify the Springbok aerial battle, you're in big trouble. Big trouble. Because that is the Springboks' bread and butter. Right, so Willemse from straight in front should have no issues with this whatsoever. And it'll take a lot of confidence if you can just pop this one over. Please do smash a like on the video, by the way. If you are watching, 347 likes. Let's see if we can get that up to 150. Also, if you can please subscribe to the channel as well. As I said, you know, we're motoring up here, so I'd really love to be at 19,000 subscribers by the end of the month. We could do it in the stream if we have enough people. I mean, there are over 2,000 people currently watching as Willemse strikes it pretty well, slips in towards the right, and he does miss it. The distance was fine there, and this is the problem. You know, you can't be, I mean, it's bang in front. That's bang in front. World Cup situation, you can't miss that. It is a problem. I don't know how we solve it. You know, because if you're going to look at Damian Willemse at 10, you basically need to have a goal kicker somewhere else in the back line. Because that's unfortunately not good enough at the end of the day. You've got to be slotting that. So that's a bit of a problem for the box. Well, from the restart there, Willemse does find one touch inside Argentina territory. And as I said, it's a difficult one because, you know, we like, you know, what Damian Willemse does from a attacking perspective is obviously really good, and defensively he's really solid, but he just doesn't have that place kicker. So, and if you are going to pay him a 10, you know, does Hendricks just spend the off season practicing his kicking? You know, do we look at somebody else, for example? But anyway, from the back of the lineup there, Buffeli coming away with it. Argentina still inside their own half. Bertano, slow ball there to Lavanini. Big tackle being made by Malcolm Marx. Oh, that's hard. I think they kept him in there. So Barnes not running away. Cross kick coming in. Caden Moody's been caught off. Oh, well, thank goodness. I mean, it's a perfect box kick. Thankfully, Lucio Cinti has knocked that forward because Caden Moody would have been found a little bit wanting there, I think. And Apollo there. Apollo, Malcolm Marx penalised for not rolling away. One of those things where he gets trapped and they keep him aside. It's a very good tackle made from him. And he's doing a lot to try and roll away, but he's being held in there. That's a really poor mistake from Cinti, because if he had taken that, I think he could have been away. Mark's coming against some water. So 3 penalties conceded by South Africa. And Buffetti's going to have a kick a goal here, I think. Yeah, he is going to have a kick a goal. Well, time is off whilst we wait for somebody in the block management to pop up and bring the kicking tee. They're already saying we should say looking for the bonus point. We need to trust our mauls and score tries. Stop playing it safe. Obviously, he doesn't have to take on kicking duties. Yeah, well, he doesn't, as long as you have somebody that's there. Rick says, let's go for 7 every time. Josh, a huge fan of your commentating. Thank you very much, Josh. Appreciate that. So William says, why are we kicking for points when they don't fly half from the field? Well, I mean, just a bit harsh to say he's not a flower. Man's only played one game at flower half of the box. We were number 10. And we won that game. First game in how many years in Australia? So he's actually got a 100% win rate as a flower half, like with a number 2 in the back. Fun fact. But we're not going to pull up at the end of your tour. So, I think that we need to do some exploring. I don't know what the situation could be with Alton Yankees, whether he's going to come back to the team or not. But yeah, look, and obviously you can practice it a lot, but at the end of the day, you can only persist for so long. You've got to have a proper goal kicker. Ophelia, I think, has hooked that. That's not even got the distance. Gone straight into the hands of Evan Etzebeth. Evan Etzebeth puts his head down. Solid carry there from our world-class number 4. Now Hendrickson with the box kick. Looking for touch. Looks like a very, very nice box kick. Yeah, you'll find the touch inside Argentina territory. That's very good. That's very good. Right, so we'll be asking a line out halfway between the 10-meter and the halfway line. 19 minutes gone so far. That didn't look particularly straight. Argentina trying to go with the rolling more here. It's fractured a little bit, but they are getting some momentum. And it's a penalty. It's a penalty, I think, for obstruction. I did wonder, actually. Players on the ground and then going up. Yeah, so it's a penalty for the box. What's my opinion on the Alton situation? I mean, as an Alton fan, I'm obviously incredibly disappointed with what's going on. I think the details are still quite sketchy, so I think we need to find out what exactly happened. But it's very disappointing, isn't it? And yes, in theory, what he does in his off time isn't a concern of ours, but it's difficult to breed a culture of, and they do as a team. They want to be a culture of heroes. So you can't really be behaving like that. So yeah, I don't know. I think once we get more information, we'll be in a better place to make decisions and make judgment stuff like that. Right now, I kind of want to wait to see how it plays out. Anyway, we've got a new advantage to Malcolm Marks with a nice pass out wide. Kanan Moody. Oh, he's inches on Jaden Hendrickson. They're gonna go check it. Jaden Hendrickson might have a try here. He scored against Argentina on his debut a year ago down in Rebecca. He could have a second in his test career. Kanan Moody was looking good. Had a bit of space down the blind side. Nice big solid hit from him as well. Yeah, so I think that they're saying that they don't think there's grounding, but they're saying that they're not convinced that the Argentine player was ever back on side, which would probably then be a penalty try, which is great because it means that Williams doesn't have to kick it. So actually, a penalty try is exactly what we need, because then you get the full 7. Yeah, and obviously a yellow card as well. And I think they said 9 or 10, which if it's Bertrand or if it's Carreras, are 2 very important players for Argentina. So this could be quite a big moment in the game. He does really well. He comes back inside. Carreras makes a tackle. And then he's the one that tackles. Yeah, it's a penalty try. Bang, 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 bang. Right, so it looks like Carreras is going to be binned here, and we have a penalty try. Looks customer says when I sign up for Stansport, asking for postcode. Literally what I did is just Google Australia postcode, and I think it's like 2068 will come up something like that. So yeah, just Google Australia postcode, take any postcode, it worked for me. It doesn't have to be specific to anything. Do you believe the allegations? Well, from the sounds of it wasn't her. She's saying it wasn't her. She was saying she was nowhere near it. He hasn't denied the affair type thing, which is, I think that's the problem, is that the details are all very sketchy. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. It's definitely not the type of thing that they want to be worrying about right now, the Boks. But unfortunately, these things happen when you're in the public eye. But penalty try, so up to 10 points, which is lacquer, and Carreras in the bin as well. So I can add that to the scoreboard. So yellow card for Argentina. Deep restart there, this time going towards the right-hand side. That's Pavisa, the man underneath it, so I'll take from him. Good angle as well. I was charged down. I'm not convinced he was onside. All the Bok players were saying that Lavanini was in an offside position at the ruck. So that'll annoy them. Big counter ruck coming in. Malcolm Marks trying to get his jackal on. That's Pavisa trying to slow things out the breakdown. Oh, come on, Eben. And that's another penalty that he's just gifted away. And it's so kickable as well. That's really, really poor from Eben Etzebeth. Parliamentary ball over the top to Henrichstad. It's a very good ball here. 2-1 all situation all of a sudden. And the ball comes loose. But we'll go back for the penalty. Oh, dear. Brilliant's our best 10. Your goal kicker says, Leanne. Where's your beer? Yeah, I actually finished my actually, it's still a little bit. I just had this milkshake here from earlier, which is melting. So I'll just finish it now and get back onto the hops. It's a really stupid penalty concede. I mean, especially even Etzebeth, like we expect better from you. And this is bang in front. So, you know, you go and you get your try, cool, you got the momentum, and then you give away a stupid penalty. Stupid penalty. Like, why did you need to do that, Evan? There's no need for that. So Bafelia will not miss this one. But the team's looking good, actually. As said, the fact that we're going to be 10 points to 6 is frustrating because I mean we've looked pretty good so far. But yeah, thought Evan thought he was. I don't know how he thought he was. He thought it was out and went and played the scrum half. The ball definitely wasn't out. And also ask. You say, ref, is it out? Ref, is it out? Ref, is it out? If he says yes, then jump in there. But don't do it on your own accord. But Perfetti from right in front slots it. So he will bring Argentina within a try scoring distance. They are still a man down. Right, Billings with the restart going down the right-hand side. Moody's chasing hard. And Ibn Etzebeth is the one that makes the tackle. Yes, his work rate is unmatched. It really is. And the penalty as well. Come on. Sealing off is the call. Penalty deep inside the 22. Ibn Etzebeth, the GOAT, with the chase and the restart. That's how you go make amends. And I think right now with the penalty advantage, yep, with the man advantage, Billy LaRue kicks it out. So we will be going for the scrum here, try and really put the squeeze on here. They go to Franco Moss at the back of the lineup. That's why it's so important to have that extra line jump and penalty advantage as well, taking him out. So big opportunity here. We've got a couple of backline players. I think I've seen Damien Delindi in there. There comes the momentum. There comes the momentum. And they go back to the penalty. They have changed lanes though, so they go back for the penalty. Pablo Matera lying at the bottom of that maul. Really good take from Franco Mostert. Absolutely world class line operator is Franco Mostert. Once again, we'll stab this out. We'll have another go. Got to try and score another try whilst Carreras is off. Try and really push that penalty advantage. Once again to Franco Mostert. What a take again. And once again, we've got Jesse Creel in there. I mean, he's basically a flank anyway. Another penalty advantage here for South Africa. David Williams gets himself out of there. He wants the ball. Another penalty. And Argentina going to be a bit, have to be a bit careful here. That's 2 back-to-back penalties they've conceded. There's just bodies everywhere. Bodies everywhere. There must be a warning coming here soon on Mr. Ref. Gotta go again here, lads. Come on. Right, bit of a conference going on here. The bonus point is 3 tries more than the opponents. So you have to score 3 more tries. So if we score 3 and they don't score, then we get a bonus point. Right, this time they go to Lua Dialga at the front of the line out. And he's being lifted up very high there. Malcolm Marx controlling things at the back, trying to find a bit of go forward ball here. They're called to use it. Hendrickson is going to have to use it. He goes to Damon Lindy. Damon Lindy. Hendrickson, quick ball to Malcolm Marx. Solid carry there from the hooker. Hendrickson under the poles! Brilliant. Jaden Hendrickson scored against Argentina on debut. He's just scored again. That's more like it. That's more like it. Bang. I mean, look at the dummy. They were so convinced he was going to Lua Dialga. Goes himself, says, thank you very much. He's been electric this year. Jaden Hendrickson is making international rugby look very, very straightforward. I mean, when you think that he's, what, I think still 22 years old? Less than 10 caps to his name. He just looks so at home in a Bok jersey. Now he's got another try against Argentina. He loves playing them. He enjoys playing them. And Willemse from right in front adds the extra 2. 17 points to 6. That's it. That's it. I think that's back on beer time now. And on that note, bit of a pause here. Just a reminder to please go and sign up with BetCoza, our sponsor for today's show. Very cool to see that, to see them getting involved and supporting the channel. So please go and support them because as they're supporting us, go and sign up. Go and check out the link in the description. You go sign up. You'll get 100% of your first deposit as a free bet, up to 1,000 rand. Right, 6 points to 17. Once again, going towards the right hand side. Jasper Wiese, the man underneath it. Solid carry being as well, again from number 8. Good breakdown work as well. Now Hendrickson lifts it high in the air. Marcus Olo, Mapimpi is chasing, as is Eben Etzebeth. It's a really good take by Mariano Bafeli. He's wrapped up by Eben. Argentina with possession just inside block territory. Centre of the park. They've fallen just in front of Malcolm Marx, who's been rolled over with the ball. Penalty. It's what he does. It's what he does. Taking names, winning breakdown penalties. 8 penalties conceded by Argentina. That is the Argentinian problem, isn't it? It's always been a discipline issue. It's always been a discipline issue. Big penalty being won there by Malcolm Marx. Now Damien Williams. Argentina still with the man down. Not the best touch find from in Williams' career, but we progress up the field. Yeah, really good. I mean, even Etzebeth's kick chase is relentless. That's a bit of a messy line, but Francois Herbert snatched in. If he hadn't slipped, he would have found a bit of a gap. That's a visa pick up and go. That's a nice strong carry from the number 8. Pick up and go now from Lua Diago at the box, trying if he can't find their way, and the penalty advantage as well. Henderson goes to Damon Dealendi. Goes to, oh, that's a very nice touch from Willem. So it is a knock on him. Hope he couldn't hold on. We'll go back for the penalty, kick for the corner, and we already could be in bonus point territory if we were to score now. Scott Gale, Ulster 17, Connacht 3. Yeah, I expected to see that Ulster get the win there. I hope you know catch up all my URC highlights tomorrow. They are going for the corner here, Box. We're seeing a ruthless Springboks today. Ruthless Springboks side. And that's where we actually need to see it more from them. We don't see this ruthlessness from them enough. You know, just relentlessly keep going. And this pack at the moment is just bullying the Pumas. And that's good. That's what we want to see. You want to see the pack bully the Argentines. So Lana there again, looking for the rolling more. Nice, it's really well set. Nice camera angle, and it's broken apart. And Malcolm Marx is going to go over here, and he is. Try number 3 in the 33rd minute. The Boks are cooking in Argentina. Cooking. It's early on. We're still only half an hour into the game, but this is a Springbok side that we've been waiting to see this kind of performance. 22 points to 6. First half an hour. This pack is just... They can't do anything wrong at the moment. What did we say? That Malcolm Marx was what's a 2.1 odds, to score any time in this match. So if you take that bet, you would have double your money. You would double your money if you bet Malcolm Marx to score a try, hey? I reckon that'll always be a decent bet, is Malcolm Marx scoring a try. Right, well, obviously, I imagine we should be back to a full contingent after this. I'm sure that Santiago Carreras will be back. Come on, Damien. Let's slot this now. It's not a difficult kick. That's bit. Oh, no. He's curved. Oh, Jesus, mate. What are we going to do about you? You're a disaster. We're gonna have to find someone that. I mean, look, if you're gonna score 3 tries in the first half an hour, then hopefully you don't need too much of a goal kicker. But really, we can't have Damien Williams as a fly off and not have another goal kicker on the field. I think that's what we're realizing now. We're gonna have to look for a goal kicker. Jaden Henderson up. Come on, chap. Right, Jasper Visa, once again, strong from the kickoff. Henderson lifting it high in the air, not even going for touch. It's not going particularly far. Even Etzebeth there. Ball comes a bit loose. And Lua Diago. Oh, Lua Diago with the chicken wing pass. Now Jasper Visa. Brought down by Bertoneau. We can remove the yellow card. Rudy is chasing there, but it's a good take up the air there from, I think it's Carreras back on the park. Inside ball to Montoya, but well read for Kitsov and Lua Diago. Noel Chaparro, haven't seen much of him so far. Now Argentina going into the high ball there. Billy LaRue underneath it. The ball comes loose, and it's a knock-on from Argentina, so it'll be a South Africa scrum. Good pressure exerted on Billy LaRue there from Argentina. Right, big scrum. We actually haven't seen too many scrums. I think this one has been only about the third scrum of the match. Another penalty for Argentina. That's the second penalty they won at the scrum. And again, it's against Ross Herbus. That's quite frustrating that we haven't really been able to capitalize on the scrums. And Julie Montoya points to the corner. He's going to go for the line out here. Right, so big opportunity here for Argentina to try and hit back. Got to try and get out of this. Get to half time with the score. I'll be very tough with life. It goes short, and it comes away to Malcolm Marks, so that's perfectly run. It was almost like a set move. Turnover there we go. Henderson goes to Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese's away from one. Good meters being made there by Jasper Wiese. Hendrickse. He's fallen over with that kick, so he's found very little distance. He's gone out just beyond the 22. Not his best kick here from Hendrickse. I was about to say, Julian Montoya trying to take that quickly. It was a nice idea, but the referee not having it. I mean, that's brilliant. Stephen Kitsel just tapped that back to Malcolm Marks. Right, so a bit of a break and play here. So they didn't allow the line, but it's setting a skew, so it will be a scrum for South Africa. Time off at the moment. And what do we think? What a half so far. I'm very, very happy with what I'm seeing here. I think we've started well. We've gone to the front foot. I think it was nice and positive. You know, we've really looked to dominate them up front, as most South African teams do. But I think as I said, it's been good to see there's been a little bit of a I'm trying to find the right word. Not aggressive, but I think there's been a ruthlessness. That's the word. Ruthlessness about the Boks today. You know, where they've really tried to hit home and try and assert themselves early. And I think the big thing is, apart from the scrums, we're dominating all the areas. But in the past, we have had issues with really capitalizing on good starts. Now there's got to be a penalty on the tight end side there. Yeah, we do have a penalty advantage. David Lindy goes to, that's a pretty poor pass to JC Creel. Got to feel sorry for JC Creel. Guys under so much pressure to perform, and the man has not had any opportunity with ball in hand so far. He's made a couple of nice tackles, but he's had no opportunity with ball in hand. We'll go back for the penalty though. Right, Damon Willemse. Does fine touch inside the 22. That's a brilliant kick from Damian Willemse. That's a bit better, lad. And he's put the Boks back inside the 22. You score here, and that's foot in the throat stuff. That's come on. Let's score here. Let's really drive home this advantage. Let's go into the halftime at 29 points to 6. We go to Franco Mostert, really good line winning again from the number 7. Sia Khaleesi deciding to break it. Oh, inside border, Malcolm Marks. Good hands there from the captain. Jasper Wiese coming to help out Boks. Mpimpi at scrum off. Franco Mostert, it's a big hit on him. And it's a penalty right in front of the poles. Time's off as the hooter goes. So we'll have time for another line out. And I think that the referee's going to have a word with Julie Montoya here. Yeah, so warning there to Argentina. I reckon they could be at risk of losing somebody else to the bin. But got to go for they're gonna go for scrum. I like that, actually. I like that. Middle of the park, so you can work on either way. You can go left to right. Nice little variation of Siya Khaleesi there. Look, Khaleesi with the flair. When did you see Khaleesi with so much flair? Man breaks out inside ball to Malcolm Marks. Gets confidence out there, lads. Confidence. Build yourself a nice lead. Get under Esterhazen on the park. Get Eman a bit off the park. Give him some rest. That's the biggest thing. You know, we can get up to 35, 40 points, for example, which is still a long way away, but then we can actually look at emptying the bench a bit earlier. Got to score here. Got to score here. Go into halftime with the momentum. Second big shove coming. That's a huge shove. Looking for a penalty try here. Jasper Visa picks up and goes. It's a good defense on him. They actually lost a few meters. Henderson goes to Steven Kitsoff. Kitsoff, on the turn. Oh, Steven Kitsoff still going. Spicy plum. Hendricks up to Luot Diago. Solid carry as well. This is good from the box. Now Franco Mostert. Jasper Visa looking for the top tactical, but there is a penalty advantage. Henderson now working away towards the left. It goes to Malcolm Marks with Franco Mostert, two former Lions linking up. Now David Willemse inside ball to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel getting way back to David Willemse. Willemse spins on it to the outside. Willemse is almost through. Up to the 5-meter line now. Jesse Creel working hard at the breakdown. No advantage. I think we could see a yellow card there. You know, he's talked about the fact that there have been warnings, and I think Gonzalo Bertino is going to go into the bin. Yeah, too many penalties. And Gonzalo Bertino is off into the bin. So that's a. And it's funny, hey, it's just always the Argentina issue, you know. They're quality side, they've got the quality players, but they just can't get the discipline thing right. And every single time they win, it's always a massive difference from a discipline point of view. You know, that game against New Zealand when they won a couple of weeks ago. We've got Damien De Lindy and Jesse Creel in the lineout. And Kane and Moody. No, actually, we don't take this game seriously. Franco Moster's lost it. It's gone through the hands, but I think he's actually over here. Try time. Luot Diago. Nah, but come now. We need to respect the game of rugby here. We can't be putting Damien De Lindy and Jesse Creel into the lineup, as well as Kane and Moody. Lost backwards, they said. Picked up and go. Luot Diago's over. Luot Diago reacting very quickly there, and then just coming through. The ground is no issue if it comes backwards from Franco Mostert, but I think it should be fine. We're just having a check here. It's lost forward, so it's not going to. It's not going to count. Not going to count. It's annoying. It would have been such a nice way to go into half time. So they're saying it has gone forward off Franco Mostert. So half-time score will be 22 points to 6. No try there for Luot Diago, so they'll be a bit disappointed there. But Argentina looking pretty poor. Very bad discipline in the first half there. They've also got a man in the bin. So they'll need to try and improve their discipline there. But we'll take a little bit of a break here. As I said, please do subscribe to the channel. When I come back, let's try and see if we can get up to 18,700 subscribers. We need 40 people to go and subscribe there. The one on the screen is taking a while to adjust. So please go get subscribing, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Go get your beers filled up. And we'll see you guys now. And we are back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Springboks with a really dominant first half performance. 22 points to 6 is the score. The Boks leading at half time. And I think, as I said, what we've seen with the Boks, we haven't seen enough of recently, is a ruthlessness about them. You know, they're not resting on their laurels. That every single time they get the ball, they're looking to attack. They're looking to assert themselves. They're getting themselves into the right side of the field. They're executing their strategy, and they're relentless. You know, they're not letting up on the Argentina. Argentina are on constant pressure. So it's what we needed to see. You know, and I think that hopefully, you know, we'll see a very similar second half, because, you know, we need to also become a team that can play a full 80. But I think we are starting to answer a lot of questions regarding selection. For example, you know, I think Malcolm Marx. Let's see what happens when Bongi Manambi comes back, but you do start thinking that we need to be getting 60 minutes out of Malcolm Marx every single week, the way he's playing. Lua Diago, for me, is having another real good game. Stephen Kitsel's having a bit of a blinder. Fast, but Herbert's been quite quiet. Damian Willemser is done everything well except for kick for goal. It's a bit of an issue, that whole kicking for goal, because you've got to, I mean, it's test match rugby, so we've got to have a good goal kicker. That's non-negotiable. It's not even a nice to have. It's essential. You have to have someone who's operating at above 80%, even 90% during the World Cup. But in general play, Willemser is looking like $1 million. You know, he's been really going to the high ball. He's been very direct. He's a very good attacking option, and so it's just a role that is that if you can find someone else to do the goal kicking, then hopefully he'll be able to do that for a while. Obviously, when Pollard comes back, you know, he probably comes back into the game. I mean, to the team, but I think we're seeing that the Willemser is a viable option. He just needs to sort out the goal kicking. But yeah, the nice thing, as I said, we've got a bit of a lead, so we've got to try and start well, try and score a couple of early tries, which sounds very like demanding and stuff like that. But if we can try and build and get to a 20-point lead, 25-point lead, we can empty the bench. You know, I want to see Albert Lowe get half an hour today. I want to see Andre Esthuizen get half an hour today. Let's see what Faf de Klerk can really do with the run out. You know, now he's under all that pressure from Jane Hench. So let's see if Faf can take the step up and get his way back into the team. Let's see Quagga Smith playing a bit more, you know, than just sort of that 20-25 minutes that he gets. And also, it's important to rest people. You know, if we can try and pull off Eben, you know, quite early, or Lurt, or Sia Khaleesi, you know, players who have played a lot. Damon Delendi's played a lot of rugby. Wouldn't mind seeing him going off. Give Esterhuizen a run at 12 for quite a while. Yeah, I'd like to see some players getting a rest, and we also need Frans Steyn to have a hit out. We need to see. Yeah, you see a lot of that. So we are back to sort of the 5-3 orthodox bench. So no 6-2 or anything today. No bomb squad sort of effect. But at the moment, we're not needing a bomb squad effect, because we're well ahead of front, and now it's about us staying in front. And that's what we're interested to see, is if we'll be able to do it. Let's go to some of the comments. Yuri saying, only criticism of Willem says, place kicking today. General play has been great. Leon says, at school, Damien was 90. Andrew having a great game, says Edwin. Contender says, you bring Estes on for either Creel or Pimpy. Butterfingers out there. It's the latter of 11, Moody, 14, Creel, 15, LaRue. Leon Barney says, it'll never happen, but I'd love to see Henko sometimes here at 13. Just see like a born test player. Let Henko operate for the Lions. I think he, along with your Sashim Gomazulus, your Ruan Fenters, you know, your even Pepsi Boutelezi and stuff like that. I think that's your 2024 succession plan. I thought Henko from Blake today looked very good, comfortable at the level, but let's give him a full season. Let's give him let's give him time to really progress. Yeah, on the cost line, got some Lions here as well. Number 17s. Argentina coming back up for the second half. Needs to improve the discipline. 2 yellow cards. Bertano will start the second half on the bench. So they'll operate without a scrum off for quite a while. A reminder, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. You can download Experience VPN. You can sign up for Stan Sport. You can get a free trial there, which is for a week, so you don't have to pay anything like that. And then you can watch the match there. Yeah, please continue to subscribe to the channel. I reckon we can get to 19,000 subscribers today. You know, I reckon we've gotten about 500 so far. So what's an extra 300? So we've got a half, people. Let's see if we can get up to that 19,000 mark. Maybe we can get to 20,000 by the end of the year. Stan Sport, I think, is like 10 Australian dollars, something like that. I think it worked out to be like 190, 200 rand if you do subscribe. But as I said, you can get a free trial for a week. So if you get it today, for example, you can use to watch today. You can use to watch next week as well, and then you can just cancel it. But yeah, we will be playing left to right this time. Damien Willemse will have a kickoff. Right, the whistle goes. And Kane Moody gives chase. The ball bounces. And eventually gets to Pablo Matera, who's missing the tackle by Steven Kitsoff and Lurt Diaga. Solid carry there by Eduardo Bello. Thomas Kabeli's on the park, so they have made a replacement to try and give him a scrum half whilst Bertino sits off his time. Let's see if he comes back on. So Cinty's gone off for him. So you probably look on to bring Matthias Moroni, I reckon, will come on after the yellow card's up. Right, so early set piece here for Malcolm Marks, who did a very good first half. All right, they go to Franco Mostert. So a take from him. Waiting for the Roddy Moore to get set. Once is the call, but now starting to get a bit of ascendancy. Now Jane Henchster goes to get to use it. Henchster goes to Delindi. Delindi drops to shoulder. He's got the support of Jasper Visa. Hendrickson goes to Damon Willemse. Willemse going to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel's first real opportunity. Makes a few yards. That's a big counter rack coming, and that's really poor from the box there. Not protecting that possession. Ball is out, and Kobeli under a lot of pressure. Kobeli from Argentina. Didn't really see too much phase play from them early in the first half, and now Kobeli's going to go to the boot. It's touched, so everyone's on side. Tester, it's a very good take from Buffelli as well. He gets ahead of Mapimpi and Villy LaRue, so Argentina will hold on to the ball. Up to 10 meters, the big overlap here. Matera eventually goes down to ground just as well. He didn't actually use it because there's actually a 3-on-2 situation there. Pick up and go, and Jaden Hendricks is away to the threat. Argentina just outside the 22. It's a really poor pass and a knock-on there. And Lavanini will be fuming at that pass on Kabedi. Really, really poor. Just when Argentina were looking pretty good. And then a big mistake there. And that's a really, really poor pass from Kabedi. Right, first scrum of the second half. We didn't have the best time to scrum actually in the first half, so something where we need to try and work on it a little bit. Decent hit there. It's available for Hendrickson. Remember that there is a one-man advantage that the Boks do have. Hendrickson goes himself, goes to Willemse. Willemse long pass out to Kane Moody. Kane Moody's got a bit of space. Sees it outside, but the ball inside. Knocked down. Jesse Creel comes away with it. Oh no, it's an interception! And the kick inside. Willems's there. Willems's knocked left, knocked forward there. Rush defense here from the Springboks. And Franco Moss has been sat down, but Frans Malherbe eventually brings him down. Argentina inside 22, but Pimpy comes up quickly. If they run their hands, oh, they're Lindy now with the intercept. Has he got the pace? He needs the pace. He needs Pimpy. The ball goes over the top of Pimpy. Oh, now Marcus Kramer's come away with it. Now Pimpy's brought on Marcus Kramer. He's fallen right in front of Steven Kitsoff. And about to say, that's penalty for rolling on the ground there, Mr. Ref. Steven Kitsoff was ready to jump all over that like a pie in a garage at 2 in the morning. And Marcus Kramer rolled away from him. But, oh, Damon De Lindy desperately trying to find Malkazoma Pimpy. Which was Gonzalez with the initial intercept. And then Damon De Lindy returning the favor. Right, now after the 12:22, come, gotta make this count, gotta make this count. Early try, chaps, early try, and then we can empty the bench and really put them under pressure here. And I think the frustrate, I mean, Mapimpi running a very strange line there, you know, he almost sort of kept running towards their Lindy. Whereas I think if he had run a bit, I would have actually pointed and said kick. I would have said, you know, just kick it ahead. I've got the pace. I back myself. Just stab it ahead. I'll get there. Mark's going towards the back. It's a really good take, though, from Argentina. So it's been turned over. It's a chance kind of begging from the box. And Kabili will kick them clear. Mapimpi is... That's a really good take there from Maspi. Oh, no, it's not. The ball's come free, actually. Now it's a bit of a foot race. And Buffelli kicks the ball ahead. See, somebody needs to get there. And Jesse Creel's gotten there. Goal line dropout. Goodness me, that was a little bit squeaky bum time. But Jesse Creel there with the pace managed to get back and dab it down. So it will be a goal line dropout. Good work there from the number 13. Wait for it. Ah, there it is. Come to the Lions now. Number 17. First line stolen by Argentina. It's a really good steal there from, I think it was Lavanini. Really good steal there, must be said. This gets right in front of Lua Diaga. Yeah, but I wondered if it was, I don't know how they didn't get a penalty for taking the man out in the air there. Look, old Chaparro does let go of him. Right, restart here from Damien Willemse. Goal line dropout. Willemse goes pretty low towards the left-hand side. Or the right-hand side, rather. Ball inside to Paulo Matera. Stuart Diago making the tackle with assistance from Frans Malherbe. Capelli now. The Pippi's come inside. There's a big overlap. Thankfully, the ball's come loose. To blue offside. So it's a penalty for the Springboks. Julian Montoya being penalised there. He's not particularly impressed with that. I think it's the CMO that's made that decision, which is quite interesting. Decent kick from David Willemse. So, right, come, chaps. So we're back into the 22. Let's make this count, though. Right, just outside 22. Malcolm Marks, ball in hand. Joe Diago. Franco Moss to the Eben Etzebeth. It will be Eben Etzebeth. Good line up there. Hendrickson. Flat for Damon De Lindy. De Lindy up to pass the 22. Into the 22. Pick up and go again as well. Makes a few meters. Good awareness there from De Lindy. Hendrickson popping up to Malcolm Marks. Just through a bit of a gap. Now Hendricks are going to eliminate a bit inside ball, but Luat Diago hit the behind. And penalty for offside. That's annoying. That's very annoying. Come on, chaps, man. Need a bit more clinical here in the second half. There's not 2 penalties we've had. We haven't been able to capitalize and get the points here. Need a bit more clinical here, chaps. We saw that in the first half. That's what was so impressive about the first half, is how ruthless you were and clinical. Get into positions and scoring. It's a nice idea, but Luat Diago just takes his eye off the ball. Come on, I mean, it's basics, guys. Basics. And as I thought earlier, there's Moroni who comes onto the park, so they're obviously back to a full 15, so not being able to hit home that advantage, which is very frustrating. So Moroni's onto the park. Carreras brings that high in the air. Brileru will contest, but once again, Mariano Baffelli, really good take up the air from the Argentine wing. And Kitsov, slipping the tackle. This is good to play by Argentina. Really goes to Carreras. And a fumble from Maria, and lots of pressure. Sorry, it's Moroni, actually, his first touch of the ball. Kane Moody putting that pressure on him. Now Carreras looking for someone to take the gap, but Baffelli obliges, but Khaleesi goes over. And the turnover is good, so Khaleesi's done brilliant work there. Franco Moss is digging for the ball. Oh, look at that pass there. Jesse Creel there. Slightly isolated. But support does arrive, so we retain possession. Jaden Henderson now has popped up. Jasper Visa caught a little bit on the ball. Attack's just a little bit fractured at the moment. Needs a little bit more direction. I reckon we'll probably go to the box kick. Yeah, he will do. So Jaden Henderson. That's generally what we see when things aren't really going our way. Go back to what we know, what is working. Henderson lifts it high in the air from a Pimpy to chase. The Pimpy's chasing hard, and the Pimpy has come away with it. Hendricks is there as well, so make it further upfield now. Henderson a little bit indecisive. Eventually goes to Stephen Kitsoff. And that is dreadful breakdown work from Luat Diago. Absolutely dreadful. Montoya straight over onto that ball and doing a really poor job not to get him off it. Good line there from Argentina, just outside 22. Pablo Matera on the angle. Solo tackle there from Damian Villeneuve, but he does get over the advantage line. Now Jesse Creel, solo tackle from him. And someone's over the ball there. That's a really good penalty at the breakdown. And it's Quacha the Goat Smith. Quacha the Smith. My man, onto the park. First intervention is a penalty at the breakdown. Brilliant work from trying to see who he's on for. I see Franco Mostert. I see Evan Etzebeth. I see Jasper Wiese. I see Sia Khaleesi. So it looks like Luat Diago has left the park. So Franco Mostert will go into the second row. And Quacha Smith will operate on the flank. It's a good tackle from Creel, taking out the legs, and then Quacha Smith is very, very quickly. Right, so Franco Mostert will be calling the lineouts now. Malcolm Marks goes to Evan Etzebeth, pops it straight down to Hendricks, so the ball does bounce, and that's really, really average for Hendricks. Knock on from him. I don't know why he's complaining. He's definitely knock on. Sloppy. Very sloppy first 13 minutes at the moment. Need to try and just tighten things up a little bit. Go back to the basics. That's the worst thing you can do to Argentina. Don't give them a chance. You got to write them off. Gotta put them away. Otherwise, they will come back. They've got the capacity. They're a very good side. They're not going to go down without a fight. Right, scrum here. Big shot coming from the box, and the ball's sprinting out, but Pablo Matera eventually gets it. And Jaden Hendrickson has surely forced a knock on there. Mr. Ref, how is that not a knock on? Very strange call there. I don't know how that's not been a knock on. All of a sudden, Argentina, 1-on-1 defense here. Delaney slips the tackle. Franco Mosti gets across to make it, but the pop up there. Keeping alive your Argentina. Billy Leroux, it's a very important intervention. It's an advantage. I don't know if it's a knock-on, knock-on advantage there from Billy Leroux, but had to make that tackle. And it's a really good turnover as well, so we'll go back for the scrum. But I want to look at the early scrum there from Matera, where Jaden Henderson looks like he's basically slapped the ball out of his hand. Yeah, they're in almost trouble seeing a good tackle there from Mostert. This is a really good defensive read here from Billy Leroux. Comes up very quickly to make the hit on Geronimo de la Fuente. He has to make it right. He has to get it right there. There's Billy Leroux. 3-on-1, so he doesn't make that tackle. I think Argentina actually probably going to score. So it's a good intervention. Now we need to just, as I say, just go back to basics a little bit here. Argentina got their tails up. They're looking a lot better in the second half. And the box just, can't afford to get complacent. Cannot afford to get complacent. Albert Lowe's on for Jasper Wiese. So Albert Lowe will get a nice, decent run out here as well. Right, so scrum here just past the 10-meter line. Yeah, pretty solid there. Good base for Argentina to work with. Carreras. It's a really good handling there. De La Fuente up into the 22. Really good move there off the back of the scrum there from Argentina. Now Carreras trying to spin away from the tackle, but he spins into Albert Lowe. Good tackle from him. Advantage for not running away. He was just held in there by Lavanini. Now the ball comes down. Still advantage Carreras. Brought down by Khaleesi. Maria off the bay at the bottom there. It's a really good pickup off the ground there from Montoya. Oh, they've got an overlap here. Good tackle by Billy Leroux. De La Fuente was targeting him, but he stood his ground well. Another advantage. I think it was for offside there. I think it's against Albert Lowe. Barely. This is much better from Argentina. This is the Argentina that we have to worry about. Lavanini now. Another new advantage, so South Africa need to be careful here. A bit of almost a line break there. Good tackle by France by Herber. And the ball going loose there. De La Fuente there that's is knocked it on, but that was problem city for the box. We have a word here with Khaleesi. Yeah, it's a warning to South Africa about discipline for 3 penalty advances in a row. So, yeah, this is a problem. As I said, what I said that we needed to do is the last thing that we haven't done is we needed to come out and start well, and they haven't. And all of a sudden, Argentina on the 5-meter line here, and if they score, And I think that all of a sudden they find themselves a way back into the game. More importantly, if they score, we lose the bonus point. So we decide not to contest the line up there. Big kind of shot from that more. They're desperately trying to push them towards the touch line. That's really good more defense so far. Really good more defense. Now Malcolm Marks comes in and basically manhandles him. Kabeli under a lot of pressure than Malcolm Marks. They're trying to hold him up. Eventually goes down. That's brilliant more defense from the box. Oh, that's a horrible little ball there. Marcus Kramer picks up and goes. Albert Lowe trying to rip the ball in the tackle. Argentina was still with possession. Pick up and go from Pablo Matera. And it goes off the referee, so we'll come back for a scrum. There'll be a scrum for Argentina. That's quite frustrating because obviously a scrum for them in this position is quite useful. And the replacement is on for Argentina, Joel Slavi. Off the back of the referee's head. Come on, man. Get out of the way. Can you say how's Creel honestly doing? He's defensively been quite good. Had a knock on earlier. He looks rusty, to be honest. I think is probably the best way to describe it. Hasn't been great on the attack. Defensively, he's been fine. I don't think he's missed the tackle actually. But yeah, on the attack, just hasn't really managed to make much of an impact. Solid scrum there. Good line being run there. Again, another good tackle there from Creel. Now Carreras caught in the ball. Kanan Moody was up quickly. Another advantage, though. I think it's against Kanan Moody. Going back on the right-hand side there. Quacker Smith taking down Julia Montoya. Argentina continue to attack as you approach the 60-minute mark. Carreras passes to nobody. And Gonzalez now. They've lost a bit of field position, but they still got penalty advantage. That's surely it's a forward pass on Montoya. Well, the ball's gone loose there, but they'll go back for the penalty. And I think that South Africa are probably going to lose someone to the bin here. Billy Leary's going to go into the bin here. Well, Trevor Nyakane is on for the box at tight head. Right, so it will be a yellow card. This is trouble for South Africa. Billy recently spent 10 minutes in the bin. He can't understand it. Really can't understand how he's been saying at all. But I'd love to see a highlight. It'll be quite, I mean, it'll be quite nice to actually see what's going on. Right, so first scrum of the day now for Trevor Nyakane. On the park for France Moherba. Faf de Klerk also onto the park. Right, so Argentina scrum on the 5 meter. Dion Free is on for Sia Khaleesi, so he's on the flank. Good scrum there. Palo Matera comes in and the ball's come loose and Damon Lenny's come away with it. It's a turnover ball. Faf de Klerk. Long pass out wide to Kanan Moody. That's a really good read. Kanan Moody not chip and chase. The bounce. Molier's gotten away from Kane Moody. After Clerk's coming across there. Gives the ball inside to Kabeli. Bok attack was fractured there, but Lavanini with the knock on, so it will be a scrum for the Boks. We've got a bit of a fracas now between Lavanini and Franco Mostert. That was a really good pass out from Patrick Clerk. Good awareness to see the space to get to Kane Moody. It's a fantastic, it's a bullet pass out wide. And Kane Moody is chipping ahead. Really good chase as well. Mali did very well to initially get away, but the knock-on coming from it was Lavanini, who then decides to grab Franco Mostert for good measure. Yeah, it's a good step for Mali to get away from Kane Moody. Yeah, pretty poor to knock that on from Lavanini. He should be taking that. Right, now come. We need a catalyst. We need someone to just grab the game by the scruff of his neck and actually just have a go. We've completely replaced. We've got a brand new loose trio on. So Sia Khalees has also left the park, which means I imagine Eben Etzebeth will be the captain. But yeah, we need to capitalize here. We need a catalyst. We need someone to really try and get us over the advantage line and say, I've had enough of this poor performance. Let's actually start playing a bit of rugby here. Big scrum now. Lots of pressure being mounted there by Trevor Nyakane. But a big kind of shove coming from Argentina. You need to get the ball out. It's an advantage for Argentina. That's another penalty. I don't think South Africa's won a single scrum penalty the entire day, which is quite weird. Got to get that out. We had to get that ball out. Really, really poor second half so far from the Boks. Really needs to go back to basics. I mean, as good as we were in the first half, it's been as average as we have been in the second half. I don't know why Faf Coach didn't take it out, or Elric Lowe should take it out. As soon as the second shove came in, take the ball out. You can feel when you're under pressure. Michael Shecker looking as animated as ever. Right, Argentina inside 22. Eben Etzebeth goes to contest. No rolling more here. Flat. Mapimpi's back up again, once again. Mapimpi needs to get across to Moroni. There is obviously going to be an overlap because there is no one-man advantage with the yellow card to Willie Leroux. Inside boards well taken from Pablo Matera. Quacker Smith trying to rip the ball in the tackle unsuccessfully. Carreras goes pretty flat. After Clerk makes tackle, but it's a really good offload off the deck there. Now Gonzalez cuts it inside. Tackled by Ulrich Lowe. Marcus Kramer now. Argentina almost up to the 5 meter. Well, it's a penalty for South Africa at the breakdown, but I think it's going to be reversed. I think they're saying, but this actually happened in the Lions game, and this is really pissing me off. There are so many players who are now running into the opposition. Yeah, so I mean, Lavanini runs in front of the ball carrier. I mean, that's what Parker Smith saying. He's saying, but the ball carrier's behind him. I mean, he's not in the ball option. He's in front. He's in front of the ball carrier. How can he be an option when he's in front of the ball? I understand he's running a different line, but he's in front of the ball carrier. It's a weird call for me. They've called for the scrum here, so they reckon that they've got the upper hand. So this is where we need Trevor to clutch up here. So under so much pressure. The biggest problem is you can see the try. There goes our bonus points. Need a big scrum here. Come on, Trev. Come on, big Trev. Parliamentary breaks with the back. Creel makes the tackle. It's a good tackle from Creel. Deontay Perez then tries to slow things down. Kabeli. Penalty for advantage for offside again. Oh, Schweppes. Damien Phillips has gone down in a heap. Damien Phillips, I think it's the head injury. This is the last person we need to be that we can afford to go down. I mean, we're literally into our third flower half of the year. Damien Phillips goes down. We're either bringing in a flower half to start next week, or we're having to start France Steyn at flower half. Something good for Damien Phillips. So I think we're going to see France Steyn onto the park. Look, I mean, it must be said, the defense is impressive. The fact that Argentina have been here for so long. And that's what I said. It's another very good tackle by Jesse Creel there. Yeah, he's down there. He's gone down in the heap there as Damien Phillips. That didn't look good at all. Yeah, gets his head on the wrong side. So he'll definitely be off here, I reckon, at the very least for an HIA. So we're going to see France Steyn at 10, and that's, yeah, if it is a concussion, then it rules him out of next week is Damien Phillips, who's probably been one of our best players this year. Yeah, he's going to go off on a stretch here. Damien Phillips, the year he was having. And I think that's Damien Phillips's rugby championship over. Augustin Creevy is on. Argentina's all-time most capped player, Augustin Creevy. Hey, he's a nasty character. Hey, one of those players you'd love to have on your team, but you hate playing against him. Brilliant servant, though, to Argentina rugby. So all of a sudden, the whole Alton debacle, well, the good news is that Damien Phillips is going to walk off. But we will see France staying on. Yeah, now decisions to make, and this is always the potential problem for the Boks, the fact that they didn't have an out-and-out flower half, a third option. So yeah, all of a sudden you could have France Steyn playing flower half next weekend, and next week we bust somebody into Durban. So I reckon we'll probably see a decision there being made tomorrow. I reckon you've got to add somebody. You have to have somebody. I mean, if France Steyn goes down next week, you won't have a flower half. So interesting to see who they call up. Chris Smith, potentially, Monty Liebach, Jordan Hendrickson. The penalty was against Willem for offside, so right, Boks under a lot of pressure. That's a huge scrum from Argentina. Massive. Now it's set a bit. Another penalty advantage. Kabeli goes himself. Comes just short. It's been held up, but they'll go back for the penalty. Number 2 standing up is against Malcolm Marx. Parliamentaria, now the on-field captain, calls for another scrum. Yeah, really good intervention there. Parker Smith just diving onto Kabeli and managed to wrap his arm around him. So it's going to be another scrum here for Argentina. We really need a big scrum, yes, guys. We need to relieve some of this pressure. I want to check the grounding. I don't think, I mean, Quacker Smith's got his arms all around him, so I don't see how he could have gotten any grounding yet. Surely not going to give a penalty try for this. Oh, he dived in the, and this is the problem with slow-mos. He dives on the player to try to stop the ball, and now the TMO is basically saying it's a high tackle that's prevents to try, therefore penalty try. It's not a twist, it's momentum. I mean, you can't say it as if Quacker Smith actually like twisted him around. It is literally momentum. Watch it in real time. So Quacker Smith dives on him, and as his legs go around, the body of Kibeli goes with them. It's momentum. It's not like he's deliberately doing it. Even in that angle, you can see that there's not a twist. A yellow card! It's literally momentum. So you're going to release a tackler over the... Yeah, I'm not convinced about that. I mean, penalty try. And another yellow card. I think you slowed that down. Right, so without that, the bonus point has slipped away from that South African for now. And he has scored another try. Right, Quacker's going to have to clerk now. Lifting it high in the air. It's going to go too far, though, so this will be marked unless he can... This is really frustrating. What are we looking at? Yo, surely we're not looking at another TMO decision. What are we looking at here, people? Oh, this is taking a blooming age here. Right, so Archie up to the 10-meter line for the box here. One-way traffic. Marcus Kramer in the gap there. Kibeli's through. Kibeli's got by himself. Oh, he's lost it forward, I think. That is diabolical. 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 Just pack up and leave if you're not going to play, man. This is pathetic in the second half. Absolutely pathetic. I also want to take that forward pass. On-field decision to try. Kane Moore's going to make that tackle. The grounding's fine. It's going to stand. Fucking useless, man. It's this tackle, this pass over here. On that angle, it almost does look a bit forward. Initially thought, this is a blooming shambles. Now we're finally getting ready to go. All of a sudden, the 2-point flipping game. Why do we need to get time off? What is going on? Now we're looking at the grounding. Oh my living. I mean, this is getting ridiculous, guys. Absolutely ridiculous. What is going on here? This is dreadful. Dreadful. You sit there having 45 minutes. I mean, we were at 60 minutes, by the way, at 25-2. It's taken us 15 minutes to play 9 minutes of rugby. Like, come on, guys. We can't be doing this here. We can't be. I mean, a game of rugby cannot take an hour, 2.5 hours to play. Good take out of the air there from France Dane. Well, they got that bonus point try, by the way. We need to score twice to be able to get a bonus point try. Oxen chairs on the park. And a penalty to Argentina. This is not going well. This is all come very pear-shaped very quickly. And this is the problem. You allow them back in, the fans get behind them, and all of a sudden it's a whole different team. Two yellow cards have made all the difference in the world. I mean, it's hard to know who's actually refereeing this flipping game. The TMO or the ref. I mean, the TMO's been calling offside. The TMO's been calling everything. It's a big counter ruck from the box. And pressure being put on here from Argentina. Turnover is good, though. So Box have turnover possession. Malcolm Marks. Left toe doesn't find touch. Counter, good tackle there by Evan Etzebeth. Ulrich Lowe's over there. And he'll win a penalty. Really good work there from Ulrich Lowe. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Good stuff there from Ulrich Lowe. Now you kick to the corner. You score a try. Got to score 2 tries here. That's 2 tries. France Stain. Will kick for touch. Finds the touch inside the 22 from the looks of it. Come now, mates. Let's actually wake up and play a bit of rugby here. Billy LaRue's back on the park, but obviously no Quacker Smith. I think he'll only come on in about 77, 78 minutes. It's a bit strong win there at the front of the line out. And Roddy Moore's broken away here. And advantage will illegal collapsing. Now Frankie Mostert. I'm trying to get Mostert back to Clerk. France staying with the cross kick. Doesn't find touch, so we have to go back to the other side for the penalty. We're running out of time here though. Remember that if we don't get a bonus point win, we'll still be 1 point behind the All Blacks. Now the question comes here, do you... Yeah, we are going for the line. Look, you also got to win first, eh? You also got to win. Big moment here. Big moment. They got Albert Low at the back of the lineup, and he's been taken, or sure he's been taken out before. I mean, he doesn't even get his legs down. Yeah, penalty advantage. Malcolm Marks comes away with it, runs straight into the referee. It's one way to do it if you're not enjoying the decisions. Just try and get a bit of a bruise on him. Box very short, just short here. Albert Low looks for pick up and go. Trying to muscle his way over. Another penalty advantage as well. Faf de Klerk gives it to Trevor Nyakane. Good work here from the box here. Just need to convert. Franklin Master standing start. Damon Delendy pick up and go. Damon Delendy scores. Come on. Let's go. Damon Delendy just deciding I'll do it myself. Pick up and really strong drive. Gets his arms through. And then grounds it. Tries good. TMO's not going to get involved here. Right, let's go. Try number 4 for the box. You can try and sneak another one. Look, the main thing, I think, is that should hopefully be the win. Let's shut up the crowd there in Buenos Aires. 29 points to 20. Right, now we've got 5 minutes. Erda Paletto is on the park for Argentina. 5 minutes for South Africa to try and score another try to get the bonus points. 9-point advantage, so you think that the win should be in the bag. Now the question is, can we find that final try? Faf de Klerk going for distance there. It's a decent kick from him, actually. Finds touch inside Argentina territory. Right, come on. Contest. Well, the ball goes a biggie, and the ball comes with the foot there. Turnover ball there. France Steyn under a bit of pressure. It's a high tackle, Mr. Ref. Faf de Klerk now. Going back to Billy Leroux. Billy Leroux lifts it high in the air. I think it's Dion Ferrees chasing it hard there. Big tap. That's France Steyn. Oh, it's Andrew Estason who's on the park. Argentina deep inside their half. France Steyn has come up off the line. Mapimpi makes the tackle. No, don't put it in a penalty advantage. You want to. Now it's about discipline yet. It's about discipline. We're fairly good handling here. Oh, my living. The handling from Jeepers, my Pimpy's just been sat down there. Argentina. Oh, the ball's gone straight through. Opportunity now. Scrum time. Just under 3 minutes left. We should be able to get Kwagga Smith back on the park. Gonna have to go from inside our own half to try and score here. Really good handling there from Argentina, it must be said. Bringing in the flare. Oh, now there's booing and hissing, and they want to go have a look at the tackle from France Steyn, and oh, my living. We really gonna have another bloody TMO check. Oh, come on, we can't do this every. Oh, they're trying to run it's a penalty. For fuck's sakes. Why is the TMO in the TMO box? Why don't we just give him a whistle? Really, I've never known a TMO to be so involved in the game and all in the wrong way as well. I mean, all of a sudden, Argentina on the attack here. Dion Free, hands all over the ball. Surely has to be a penalty there, Mr. Ref. He's on your side there now. Come on. Yeah, thank you. I think it's so dangerous the way this TMO has been so every single time it's been going after TMO stuff like that. It's just we can't have somebody micromanaging a game the entire time. It's like just the entire flow of the game is just not going to work if that's the case. Anyway, just a minute to go. Springboks trying to get a momentum from the rolling maul. Malcolm Marks goes himself. There's no rolling there, Mr. Ref. Surveyor after Clerk goes to Oxen Chair. Racheko Baditswe. Now Trevin Yokani puts his head down. Andre Esterhazen, his first carry. Clark Smith is back on the park, so we can remove our yellow card. They've got an overlap. It's got an overlap. But Pimpy out wide. Kenny Leo's on. Malcolm Brooks, come on! Come on! Job done. Finish and clock. Yo, the fumble, the juggle for Malcolm Marks. Yeesh! Yeesh, yeesh! Oh, there's a fracas and Dion Faris involved. Really good follow-up support play, yeah. From wasn't a great pass from Malcolm Marks. Juggles it, manages to pick it up, goes over in the corner. There we go. There we go. Malcolm, what do you mean the try is good? What was there even to check? What are there even to check? I don't understand. Well, 5 tries. We've done it. The boring South Africans, eh? 5 tries. Things you love to see. And France staying, just for good measure, that's a phenomenal kick. It really is. Can we wheel France staying on just every single time we have to take a kick? Well, final score in Buenos Aires, 36 points to 20. We sigh of relief. We sigh a big sigh of relief. Job done. 36 points to 20. It threatened to get a bit close, but a strong start and a strong finish, and South Africa get what they needed. Bonus point victory. They'll return to Durban and they will fight for the Rugby Championship title next weekend. Still alive, still alive. People, thank you very much for joining us. Massive thank you to BetCoza for sponsoring the show. A reminder, go and sign up BetCoza. Go and get all your bets and stuff like that there. And yeah, we'll be live with the player rating show in about 10 minutes time. So go head over there. And yeah, thank you very much. Smash like on the video. As I said, if we can get 200 more subscribers, we'll hit 19,000 subscribers, which would be phenomenal. So there's 2,700 people currently watching the stream. There must be 200 people who aren't subscribed. So just go and subscribe and sort that out. People will see the player ratings in a few minutes, but apart from that, keep well. and I'll chat to you guys in a little bit.